We should be live. There we go.
Oh, we like.
So welcome back, Eric. Désirée is gonna be co-host. She's gonna have the different view on the different subjects because she has the observation of somebody that's not directly an architect. But thank you for accepting the invitation for the episode number 100, despite you told me you're very, very busy because you're doing some overnight work for some competition as usual.
Yeah,
But for me, it was important to have you because I remember when we did the first podcast with you, and I told you that I numbered episode 00 because I want to get to 1,000. You were like skeptical. I'm gonna see that, and then it's the 100. I say, okay, I want to invite Eric, show him at least the 100 is there.
No, it's well. Thank you very much for the little talk. I mean, it's the nice moments of my Sunday. Yeah, no, I never had a doubt that you will manage to do it. I mean, there's two sort of people in the world. They are the people doing it and the people not doing it. So you're doing it. If you do it repeatedly, it will work. I mean, this is the whole point of doing it repeatedly. So of course you will. I'm super happy. I mean, I want to be in the 1,000 after that.
Of course, we hope to survive until the 1,000, right? Because I was also thinking the first time we talked about together, there was no video. It was in the middle of the first pandemic, and now we are in the middle of a war. So I don't know if we should talk again.
No, well, it's not my fault. First, well. I hope it's not my fault. You never know, actually. I've been to Ukraine like a lot, so maybe it's my fault. But I'm totally pro-Ukrainian, so there's no discussion here. So people that are pro-Russian, you can just leave the podcast right now. You can come back later, I mean, but not now.
No, but by the way, since the war started, I'm also pro-Ukraine. We put in every description of the podcast like the IBAN where you can donate to the Ukrainian army.
You do that, and also give to the people that are having problems. I mean, you need both food and weapons. This is the only way to win a war.
Yeah, exactly. I saw also you very active,
Yes.
like artistically, let's say. You have done a couple of images that were related to the Ukraine war.
Yeah, it's well, I've been to Ukraine a few times, and it's honestly, it's I went first because of a lecture. I was invited to something that was called Connection, and really, I honestly didn't know exactly where Ukraine was on the map. Just remember that the capital was Kiev, but it was more, a bit out of luck than anything else. And it was one of my probably my favorite lecture, the best I ever did, mostly because of the audience. And like 5 or 6 days, absolutely amazing. All the people that I met at that moment were still friends, and it was in 2012, so just one year before Maidan. And I went back. The last time was in 2019, so not that long ago, just before the pandemic. Also for a lecture, and I absolutely love Ukraine. It's not something, there are countries that you feel good and country you don't feel good about, and Ukraine, because of it, I don't know, maybe it's coming from there's both a romantic and a no-brainer, kind of mentality. People can do wonders with not a lot. There's an enthusiasm that we certainly have lost. I mean, we became in Europe whiny little bitches. That is a bit what happened. And it's nice to see actually a country that still wants to do it. Not saying that the country was in a good state, that it's easy, that it was not corrupted. I mean, I'm not embellishing the thing much, but yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, no, yeah, well. And a
lot of nice one also.
Yeah, it doesn't mean that I don't love Russia. So we're clear as well. I mean, it doesn't make Russia a bad country. It made some Russian a bad country. I mean, the same way not all Germans were Nazis, and all not French, all not the French were for the revolution. But nevertheless, it's a fantastic country. I'm absolutely, totally sorry that it's happening. I do everything I can. I try to not overdo it because it can seem a bit like a gimmick. But I'm brutally honest about it. I generally never give my opinion online because finally, I mean, it's just bringing trolls and stupid discussions. But in that case, I'm doing it. And I can discuss about it because I became kind of fluent on the subject, and I can really say that my love for Ukraine is coming from a mentality that I think we've lost, and this mentality is all about being brave. As dumb as it sounds, even in art, you have to be brave at some point. Even in you have to go somewhere, and in order to go somewhere you have to be brave, and it's true for images, true for music, and it's true for war as well. But we don't do wars anymore, not that I'm missing it. I'm glad we don't, but you have to have some
fearless kind of
bravery. I think this is exactly what Ukrainians are showing, is on top of being incredibly funny, even in the darkest hours, which is something that you can find Churchillian in a way, something that's obviously Zelensky and Churchill are having together in common, a good communication, but also a straight mind. I will tell you, I know that we are not supposed to discuss that. We are supposed to talk about Archviz and all this stuff, but I've read a super interesting book. It's called The End of the Red Man. It's by a girl. I forgot the name of the writer. She had a Nobel for the book on Chernobyl, and they were talking, and it's a series of interview on of Russians that are missing the Soviet era. So why the hell would you miss a dictator? And it's super interesting because into the book, and this is something that really I cannot stop thinking about it, is that you start the Russia, the Putinist Russia, or even the Soviet Russia, started going wrong when they broke the instruments that permit to verify if something is true or not. And think about it. Indeed, when you don't have the instruments that can verify that what is happening on the ground is really what happening in the field is really happening, then there's no way you can address the problem. And actually, this is exactly what the Tsar did, then the Soviet did, and then what Putin is doing is that it destroyed the tools that permits to check if something is happening or not. Therefore, he's in the wrong entirely, and he's in the wrong because of the politics that is made around it. It's not necessarily a decision that he's taking, but it doesn't have the measure anymore. It doesn't have the tools. It doesn't have the information, the right ones. So it leads to something crazy. And if there is something interesting in democracies, is that we have these tools. We have the tools that can verify that something is having a problem. They don't have them anymore. And this is the reason why this conflict is happening. It's because of everything is wrong and off in the Russian mind.
No, I was thinking about this too, because of course I come from Bulgaria, which is a country that it's currently very divided on the situation because of, you can imagine, there are many moments in history where the histories of the two countries of Russia and Bulgaria are connected. And also there are these 50 years of communism where the Russians basically decided how to teach history in Bulgaria. So the minds of Bulgarians are very confused. And also it's very similar to how you lead, right? So you have to have the freedom of speech as an expert. Also in your company, for example, you have experts that are Archviz experts, and if some of your collaborators comes to you and knows that you're a kind of dictator within your company and tells you, Eric, we don't have enough people, we cannot manage to do this on time, and this is the reason, and I believe this and that, and if you're like dictator wise person that fires people right away, they're not gonna be coming to you to tell you anything. So I think this is also a problem, right? So you need to have freedom of expression and freedom of listening to others to understand if what is the real problem, what is the real issue.
But the truth is that it's a powerful tool. The freedom of expression is a powerful tool, even in a war. I mean, the Nazis lost the war because they were not having it, while the Brits were having it, and therefore they could correct the thing because you have the right, informations, and you need to have the right informations if you want to be efficient. So I'm not going to discuss whether a system is better than another. One thing is for sure is that in democracy, you have counterpowers, and the counterpowers are actually the ones that are giving you the right information. So if you want to be efficient at some point, you have to have the right information, even if very often they are not that good. But it's a question of efficiency, and it's a kind of what people are stupidly thinking about dictator is that they are efficient. They are efficient for a moment, but they collapse because at some point you cannot shovel, the bad stuff under the carpet endlessly. So it is more painful to be a democracy, but it's finally less efficient on the long run, and that will end the little moment of politics.
Yeah. Let's try to be more positive. I wanted now it's a great moment because the first time we spoke on the podcast, that was such a long time ago that there was not even a video. I remember when there was even a glitch, and I thought we lost the recording, but luckily it worked out. So you've been doing a lot since the last time we talked. Like here we can see the Instagram account of Luxicon.
Yeah, the Instagram account we stopped at some point because of the war in Ukraine. This is really like I don't feel like I'm going to fucking endlessly advertise images. For a couple of months, we decided that we would just go off the grid for a moment. I mean, seriously, architecture visualization. Well, I was right.
Happy New Year.
Yeah, it turns out it was I was not that off. But we're doing what we're doing. It's a bit complicated. I'll be honest with you. It's a bit complicated these days because most of the things we do that are really nice, we cannot show. Someone they invented NDAs, non-disclosure agreements, and you have to sign that like every 5 minutes. You have to sign one of them. So it means that basically you cannot show images anymore or anything. So yeah.
And these are like, for example, I see you've done some images for like space exploration. Are these projects that are really being discussed to be realized, or?
Yeah, it's graphene. God, you don't know graphene. Graphene is like the future. It's like chocolate for space.
Graphene?
It turns out to be a very funny experience, mostly because of the people that were doing that were really passionate. Graphene is a material that is super resistant, and it's like carbon. It's super resistant, super light. So it means that it's going to be used massively in space. And funny enough, in order to advertise it, they asked a guy from Skidmore, so for some, to design a spaceship. And I had a lot of fun. Actually, I did these images this month because they were really passionate. This is what I'm missing from the good old days, is that in the past, people were really passionate about what they were doing. Now, sorry, this is people getting killed in the streets.
No problem.
Okay. No, it's okay. And they were really passionate. And sometimes you still find people that are really, into what they are doing. Now, mostly it's gimmicks. I mean, they invented all sorts of new forms of gimmicks. But before it was really about architecture. These days is really everything but architecture, the problem. Mostly gimmicks. So it was super nice to work on that because they were really enjoying. And even when I'm 25, so it means that it's a long time that I'm doing images. But still these days, when someone is liking your work, it's enjoyable. When someone say, damn, this is much better than what we had in our mind, this can make you super happy. And really, again, I'm 25, so I know a bit what I'm talking about.
Eric, sure. I have a quick question, because you just mentioned the NDAs. How are you guys dealing with then showing work if everybody is, how are you getting new clients then? Because I see this in other industries as well. Everything is under an NDA. Some clients, you can't even put their name on your website or anything. How are you dealing with that?
We go in the subway with flyers, and we show them.
I love it.
We hope that one of them will be an architect and will hire us. I mean, this is
okay.
I don't know. This is part of a completely idiotic thing. For example, I signed an NDA, but I know, like, not that I want to know it, but I know every other competitors that are doing this. So it's on top of being stupid. It's stupid.
Yeah, it's stupid for the business too, because how are you supposed to then? I don't know. Work up from there. How is the industry or the craft supposed to go further and develop?
Yeah, we're going to do images for the metaverse. I mean, nobody is annoying us with this.
Do you have time to work also on the metaverse and stuff like that?
Of course. I invented it for starts. No, yes, actually, I mean, apart again from the stupid gimmicks that are around it, there is two options. It can be extra. Yeah, well.
This is what you're going to build in a metaverse, your satanistic church or something like that.
No, I hope that the Church of Satan will buy it for real. I mean, it's a real religion in the US. Well,
yeah.
It's a broke religion because they are not super well organized. But
wait, the Church of Satan, or are you talking about Scientology?
The Church of Satan,
okay.
But it's a huge building. I mean, it will require a lot of money, and the cantilever is quite expensive as well. Although it's doable. Mm-hmm. I had an engineer work on it to see if it was possible, and it is possible. Although the beam will be kind of thick.
And are you looking into the NFT things too, or that's not your thing?
I find it to be incredibly interesting. I'm just waiting until the tide is down, and you can look at it with an eye that is actually the technology is super interesting. The arts can be discussed, but that's art. So I mean, what is underlying the NFT is probably something that will stay. Most of the artists will go, a few will stay, and it will just recreate the system that we were having before, only with a new, a different technological approach. What is interesting is the fact that you can possess something numerically. The problem of numerically means that if you pull the plug, you have nothing.
I think it's still to be completely fully discovered what is the use of NFTs, because I've been inviting a couple of people that know more about it, and I think we're just like this thing with the images and art is just the first kind of use that they can do. It's the easiest thing. Also, it's the most lucrative for artists, because it's the first time that, for example, people like you or people like Beeple that do digital art can make it more unique, instead of before it was just a JPEG that it's all the same. Now
also,
it can be
the thing is that for the moment it's not. It will start being interesting when it will be full 3D, when you will be able to embed it from one thing to another. For the moment, it's just the infancy of it. So I'm not being to be too critical about it, because you can see the possibility that it will be the model for buying stuff in 5 years. Okay, everything you will buy, from a song to I don't know, a magazine, will be in the NFT sort. Okay, so the arts was. It's funny because I've discussed a lot with people doing NFTs, but the original ones, it's a beatnik thing. It was a way of exchanging art in a nice way. It became a business like 1 year ago. But originally it was never planned like that. It was not the idea was not to create. So like every bubble on the internet, it's being taken over by a bunch of people. I mean, you will discuss with Fabio. He knows the subject better than I do. But it's being handled by a lot of people that want to capitalize on it, which is okay. I mean, why not? Finally, if you have a buyer, why not be a seller? I mean, this is an easy thing to understand. After that, people want to buy something, shit for an enormous amount of money, they're free to do it, right? But this is free country, so if you want to sell something and someone will buy it, finally, what's the problem? But on the long run, the technology is super interesting. And I will not criticize it just because I find that and also the art can be interesting, but it will be full 3D. And again, something that you will be able to move from one point to another. Let's say you are in a metaverse somehow, and you can move your things to another one. It will be your possession, your online possessions, and I find it to be an interesting thing to think about.
But it's just at the beginning. I feel like you said, I think this is just scratching the surface. And as soon as this hype cloud, which is already receding, at least in the United States, as soon as that sort of blows over, then the actual creative work with what can an NFT bring to business, to personal creativity, to creative in general, then that's really going to bloom. But at the moment, it's sort of like the seed being watered and watered and watered.
Exactly, but it's usual. I mean, you have the technology first, then comes the politics. So for the moment, people are not. Most of the people. I mean, it's easy to hate something. I mean, this is like really not complicated. You just say, "Wow, it's bullshit." For real, there is always a part that is bullshit, but it doesn't mean that it's not interesting. And I really do think that it's incredibly interesting. It's only for the moment being a bit like floating around. And not necessarily well understood. I mean, even the idea of the metaverse is not really well understood. Well, actually, it's really interesting. It is an experimental field, and I don't know how you want to live your life, but I think that experimenting is kind of the essence of it. And if there is a way of experimenting again, I'm all for it. And on top of that, because it's also a simulation tool, I mean, you can enter all sort of simulation into it and see how people will react. I mean, it's an endless possibilities apart from it being dumb and ugly for the moment. That's pretty much it. It's not because it's dumb and ugly that at some point would not be nice.
Yeah. And one thing I was curious, last year you did in September the first InBetween Festival. You did it in Portugal. I think that was mainly organized by you guys from Luxicon, right?
No. No. Jess that is working at the office had Pedro to organize it because he was a bit lost at some point into the thing. But we are not at all involved into the organization, and not Luxicon. But Jess from Luxicon did, yes.
What was this festival about? Because I saw a lot of people from the Archviz going on this festival, speaking.
It was a first attempt. No, it was super nice. I mean, it's as always. There are the people that are doing it with passion. And it doesn't matter if it does not succeed exactly the way it was. I mean, there was some problem with the organization here and there, problem with sound. I mean, nothing that I haven't seen before. But it was nice because people were nice. And fundamentally, this is all what matters. I mean, this is why I avoid going to anything that becomes too endorsed. I mean, when I see Autodesk in big letters on something, no, I don't go. I don't want to be the support for any, software company or whatever, or at least a software company that I will actually enjoy. So I am not a big fan when it starts to be too sponsored.
Mm-hmm.
This is just because I don't want it, and on top of that, I don't want presence. I don't want I don't want to be liked by people I don't really like.
So it's kind of like the freshness of it sort of goes away. It's over capitalized or oversold or however you want to call it. Something like that.
You know what's going to happen when an event is being sponsored. It means that you lost a bit of your freedom of speech, and I want my freedom of speech. I want.
Yeah, it's like over engineered. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah.
No, you have to be polite. I mean, it's not a question of actually being polite. It's a question of what can we talk about. I mean, if I don't want to advertise things, I'm not an advertiser. I'm not even interested into it. I mean, you see my Instagram. I have 1,000 people. I'm not at all interested into having 2,000 people. I just use it as a notebook. But if I was having people, I would start worrying about what I'm posting. And I don't want to do that. I want to post the things I want to post. I want to say the things I want to say. Not that it's always very interesting, but at least I have that. So what was nice with the Coimbra experience is that it was not massively sponsored. So and it was coming from the heart, which I think is super important.
No, of course, and also this is also one of the reasons why we started something alternative here, because when you go on like the main websites like Arc Daily, Design Boom, stuff like this, you see all these sponsors and product placement, and there is nothing other than just the images of the different works and nothing behind it. And it's always very nice to get in touch with the people behind the work they do, instead of just purely watching some images, and people make money out of your content. But
the truth is that it's also because it's difficult to earn your life. I mean, I understand the point of the sponsor. I'm not stupid or too idealist, but this is where the NFT could be interesting, because again, for example, your podcast could be NFT'd in a way, so it means that only the people who like it will buy it in a way. Okay, I'm not talking about NFTing it like straight, but the methodology to actually sell it is going to change, which means that at some point we will need a lot less sponsor, because why the hell do we have to go to a sponsor thing to actually see events? I see it from music. When I was younger, musical instruments was costing a fortune, and recording studios were costing a fortune. Okay, these days you can hear excellent music that is done with 1,000 euros of softwares and a computer. Okay, so it means that music has changed entirely, and it means as well that I don't have to have a major to deliver music. I can find that myself on the internet. Now the problem is that the people that are doing music are not earning their lives, because there is no economy that is built around them. But the NFT will bring that. There will be an economy built around the smallest of the smallest entity. And this is where it's super interesting, because it's skipping literally the ugliest part of capitalism, which is, why the hell is there someone that will choose what I like and what I don't like?
Well, yes, that, and the fact that always the big fish get the reach or the opportunity to sell more, etc. But I agree with you. I think this is an era of the micro collective or the niche or the super niche. And I think that there's the possibility that not only the mainstream is going to be popular and the big brands or the big companies, but really that there's going to be like all these bubbles that can cross-connect and create new things and overlap, or not at all. But from a sponsoring perspective, I think that that's something that's just developed over the last 50 years. Somebody saw the opportunity, and then it sort of was like a small person or company doesn't have the money, we'll get a sponsor on board, they'll shoot money in, and bam, we can go big. And I think that that's just been done way too much. I agree with you there. Like Georgi said, we talked about it for a long time for TCI. And for us, it was always like, well, are we going to be independent then still? And that goes into what you had said before. It's like, do I have to censor myself? And that independent thing, I think that that's something in the future, like tomorrow and the next years, a lot of creatives also and a lot of businesses are going to have to ask themselves, because it is becoming more important and more valuable to be independent. And I think that's something in the last years that hasn't been the case that much at all.
I agree entirely. On top of that, I mean, there is not a small niche when you think about the size of the internet.
Yes, totally. I agree. Yeah.
I mean, if there are people that are, I don't know, revering cucumbers, I mean, there are probably 1 million of them. and 1 million of them is like a lot of people. So, you know, it's just that we are in some sort of a abnormal moment for the moment where we just let go a little bit on our privacy and how much we worth ourselves. We just gave up on it. I mean, we gave up on the idea that we can change things if we want. A bit like a lot of people that gave up on voting or gave up on complaining about software. I don't see any more people complaining about it. They complain online, but sending an email to say, hey, listen, I paid for that stuff and it's not working. I don't see any more doing it. Most people are saying, bah, big companies, I mean, why would I do it? I said, you have to do it. This is the whole point. So there will be a balance of power at some point. This is really something that I believe is going to happen. And this is because of the technology. That's why you cannot say, oh God, it's dumb, because it's not dumb if you see how accurate it can be into addressing problems that we are having.
Yeah. No, but we about the things you said with the sponsors and stuff, people have to get used to this new way that's more decentralized, because we can see it also now with the situation on TV, for example. You don't get the news from TV because they are all sponsored by different companies that have different interests, or they're influenced by politicians. But in the meanwhile, if you go and like, you have to research, of course, but there are certain channels about news and that are legit, and they're paid by their viewers, right? So they have whether Patreon or whether NFT or something. And the mentality has to be that you have to pay for the service you're using instead of paying for, like, everything that's free, it's paid in some different way, which you don't know.
Of course.
But that's slowly coming, though. A lot of people aren't aware of it. And I think that mindset click is slowly being created.
But
it will come. I mean, my son was 16, which means that I had my son when I was 9.
The youngest person in the room, Eric, I'm tired.
You already understood it. I mean, we're just a generation, you know. Well, your generation probably understood it a bit better than the older one. Me, I'm in technology for a long time, so it means I have this little advantage of not being entirely off the grid. But it's going to be very natural for them they see the trick. I mean, they understand the trick super well. They know when they are being used. They know when they are not being used. I mean, but what is annoying is that it deploys a system of stupidity. And it's a bit what is happening with. I enjoy very much that you're showing Instagram, but the system of stupidity is also into that. The Instagram, Facebook, well, not Facebook, it does not exist anymore, but TikTok and it's a system of stupidity that will unfortunately do the job that before major companies were doing. So it means that basically you will like what it tell you is likable. And this again is a problem. That's why every time there is a technology that is interesting, like the blockchain or the NFT, that is not being handled because it's impossible to get the grip out of it, then there is a form of freedom into it.
You mean the algorithm? Yeah. That's what you're referring to. Yeah.
They already, in a way, they already did it in the transaction. You know, in the transaction moments, the gas fee or the things like that. I mean, don't worry. I mean, capitalism being what it is, and I insist, I'm capitalist, so I have nothing against it. By the way, capitalism is not a philosophy. Capitalism is the idea that you have to make money, whatever.
And you have to, but that brings again, like the advancement of technology and advancement of a business. So, for example, if it was communism, you wouldn't have any incentive to be better than the others, because it's sort of like it's not self-regulated. It's already capped, so to say.
Mm-hmm. So we know that it doesn't work. So
also, it's in your case, like if Luxicon, if you were lazy, Luxicon wouldn't be so like successful with this different style and specific style that you have researched. And I don't know, you would be having 10, for example, 10 clients because it's by law or something, and then you would do whatever you would do.
I know.
Oh, but there wouldn't be NDAs. There wouldn't be NDAs.
Everything will be NDA. You will
just disappear. You would just disappear like in China.
Yeah, exactly.
You get a number.
I've been to Russia, well, USSR when I was 16. I remember we went to a restaurant and we said, "Can we eat?" And the restaurant was empty. Like there was not a single person. And the guy looked at us and said, "It's full." And we said, "But it's empty." He said, "Yes, but I'm paid the same, empty or full." So that kind of, I think, says it all.
Yeah.
Yeah, my father said to me something very interesting. He said before, during the communism, you wouldn't go to buy from the shop what you need. You go to buy what they have.
Exactly. So there is this and that, and it didn't change. So again, not to compare systems entirely, because all systems are faulty. I mean, the truth is always in the middle. Okay, that is a general idea. Sometimes more like 25-75. But there is always a bit of truth, even in the craziest thing. It's actually being moderate that is difficult. I'm moderate. I'm trying to never go too far, because if I'm sure about what I'm saying, it's probable that I'm wrong.
No, definitely. But you also seem to be someone that read a lot. Also, the last time we talked, you mentioned different books that are not related to creativity or art directly. By the way, how is going with the you were teaching in the US? Are you still managing to do that, or?
I did it last year because it was the problem is that it's super difficult. It's still a bit complicated to travel, so it means that I did it last year online. And generally I do it, either in fall or in spring, because there's 2 semesters. I teach a semester per year. Funny enough, they call it spring, but for real, it's winter. And so I did it last year online. It was finally, it worked super well. It was exhausting, even more than going there every week. And this year, because nobody was really knowing, will there be planes? Will there be no planes? How much are they going to cost? Because this is also something. A lot of the low-cost company that I was taking collapsed during the pandemic. So I think this year is off, but I'm possibly doing it this fall again.
So
I don't know if it will be online or if it will be flying there. I still don't know.
Yeah. Well, Eric, I know you're very busy and you are going to do competition. I want you to have some time to sleep too, not to collapse. I know you're 25, and you can handle it, but still, it's not so healthy on the long term from when you get a little older.
26.
Let's end up as always on a positive note, and if you want, you can share some, as we always do, some books, movies, music that you like to consume when you need to get some creative pump up, or in general you need a pump up.
Okay, so there is a lot. You know that there is a lot. So I think that I don't know if you've seen Licorice Pizza, the Paul Thomas Anderson is my favorite movie director. Is the one that did The Master, and the last movie from Paul Thomas Anderson, Licorice Pizza, is absolutely amazing. Like really, it's kind of my favorite movie. It's a long time I haven't seen a movie that is so well written, so well acted, and funny and weird at the same time. So I would say that this is if there is one movie that you should see, this is the one. Now, if you want to freak out a little bit, you can download the 4 hours interview of Vladimir Putin by Oliver Stone.
By Oliver Stone. Yeah. Okay.
Oliver Stone did. I didn't know about that since like 6 months ago. And 6 months ago, someone talked to me about it, and I watched it. And I have to say that it is. I was kind of very worried because it is fascinating. Fascination is something that is very, very special as a way of thinking, as a way of being. Fascination means that you can watch horrible things, but you cannot stop watching them. Okay, so fascination is something that is a very, very, very complicated feeling or a very, very complicated way of being. When you are fascinated, it means that you are hypnotized by something. And these 4 hours are literally fascinating because you kind of like Putin. And it's not like he's not. It's not like all
it's scary.
asking the questions. He's asking the questions, but it's so well done that you become fascinated. And this is a super dangerous thing. So the reason why I'm saying it is because you can tie it to architectural images or whatever images. By the way, is that you can do terrible things, but they are fascinating. And Putin in these interviews is fascinating. He's a fascinating character. He's a motherfucker from hell, but he's so good that you become fascinating. It's a bit like what people were saying about Hitler. It's like, he's a nice guy. He's nice with dogs and girls, and he's he kisses kids on the forehead. And you say, yeah,
that's creepy.
But for real, he's a serial killer. You see, so I would recommend watching it just because it creates a very ambiguous moment that is probably one of the most necessary in art, is ambiguity and fascination. Or can you be fascinated by something evil? It's really something that you have to watch. But independently from that, and there are some rightish question into the lot. So it's a bit less funny than Licorice Pizza, but here we go. Book, so I'm reading the worst books ever, the worst ever book on Daft Punk. Every sentence 3 words, and there's overuse of 3 points. Like it was. It was 3 points. So it's the most terrible book I ever read. Funny enough, it's written big letters, pages are enormous, and I cannot finish it. Normally, I can read easily a book per day. But here, I'm trying my best. It's like 20 pages in the, written in 18 font, 18, nothing I can do about it. So don't read it. But it's not a lot of risk that you will. Music? Yeah.
What means
No
time for music.
No, of course I have time for this. This is my favorite thing. I mean, I'm a failed musician. I'm actually not a successful image maker. I'm a failed musician. I would define myself.
That's what you can tell in the background.
Yeah. I'm earning money with images. I'm spending it in music. There's even Flat Eric. You can see it there. Monsieur Oiseau. So listen to the. This is a nice album. Mr. Oiseau and Fra, the Italian rapper. So this is French and Italy together doing the best sound possible.
Georgi, you have to listen to that because
it's kicking over.
So we got it.
In a good mood.
We will for sure. Well then, it sounded great, Eric. Thank you very much for your time.
God,
I'm already feeling the punk leaving my body by taking off my dark glasses. I can see again.
Hey, you see.
You're welcome back on the 1000.
Thank you very much. Hey, it was super nice. Keep on the good job. I will keep listening to you while I'm working.
Sure, and
we are humbled.
we will hope to see you in Paris soon.
Yeah, but yes. You just drop me a line, and we go and we
will.
Definitely.
Yeah, really, do not hesitate. I mean, we know each other.
Oh, we won't.
Don't worry, we're not shy.
Okay.
No.
Thank you, Eric.
Have a super nice afternoon. I will stop my camera. Can I stay here but not watch? No. Or is it working now? If I want to listen to the podcast, I'm not a guest.
You can go on YouTube. It's live.
Okay. What is YouTube?
It's a big website from Google.
Okay.
They're very data insensitive.
Okay, good. It's exactly what I want. Okay, I'll go on YouTube then.
Okay. Bye, Eric.
Have a nice afternoon, guys. Thank you very much for everything.
Good luck on the competition.
See you in 1000.
See you. So next is Olly. I want just to remind to the people that are listening that they can find in the description the link to the Discord where we're going to have a 45 minutes break to interconnect with each other. And we can just connect more directly one-on-one and Olly is already waiting. So welcome, Oliver Thomas
Let him
from
in.
the Architect Network and Big London. Hello, Olly. How are you?
What's up, guys? How you doing?
Hey, good. How are you doing?
I'm disappointed the glasses have come off because I was just getting ready to rock.
Oh, we can go on.
Okay, fine. If we're gonna do this, I'm gonna put them back on too.
Oh, we're all going with the.
Yeah.
Where did that come from?
Eric. We're doing this Eric style.
It's okay. I'll start to lose my sight.
No, I don't see my mouse. I don't.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
We need practice like Eric. He has to give us sort of like or he feels his mouse, he feels where it is on the screen. It's like the force.
Thanks for the invite and congratulations on podcast 100.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It's been a long journey. And you're one of our recurring guests because along this journey we managed to connect more with some people and be more like also cooperative. You have started your own platform podcast. That's something in between. Moved from New York to London, so it's a lot happened in the last. I'm gonna show the Architect Network, the current state of the art that also now has a home, an online home.
We have a website.
And you did the first two classes. I took part of the 101, and unfortunately on 102 I had to go to say bye to a friend that was moving away from Frankfurt. But I'll have to check it up on here because people can access it here. So how was preparing this? You guys did like 2 days in a row for our stream. How does it work when you prepare something like that? Because you are 3, you have Guglielm and Faisal. So this trilogy of people, so to say, who does what and how does it work, the whole Architect Network team in the backstage?
So I guess this was the big thing since we last talked, right? We launched, I mean, for Architect Network, we've always had 3 kind of main, channels to get content out there, right? The podcast, which we started on Clubhouse. YouTube, we started about, 6 months ago now. And then the final one was kind of creating our own website where we could put long format courses. And we were going to put long format courses on YouTube, but it's a bit tricky because YouTube is very distracting, right? With all the videos, suggesting you to click on other stuff. It's not a great place for like super long courses. And plus we're also kind of monetizing the courses a little bit. So we launched our first course, this one, the Grasshopper Masterclass. It's a 3-part 101, 102, 103 series, and it takes you through the absolute basic foundations of how to use Grasshopper, like literally from opening it to trying to understand what lists are, what data trees are, and all that kind of stuff. So this is a course that actually Guillaume and I have developed inside of Big, and we kind of, have taught it a number of times for Bigsters, and we tweaked it a bit for this audience, but it was a good course for us to do because Guillaume and I have been teaching it together a few times already. So the course was kind of, we were tweaking and curating it for this particular audience, and Faisal was really kind of helping out with all the background stuff, managing, the Discord and all the questions. So what happened with it was we launched it, we released the course, and there was this great reaction to it. We had, in the end, we had 1,300 to 1,400 people sign up from like 80 different countries. I think that was the coolest thing, was like the number of countries like that people are from was incredible, because that was a big goal of ours, was to like reach as many people as possible.
That is so cool.
Yeah, and that's what we were really excited about. And we quickly realized we couldn't do it on Zoom anymore. And like Zoom got too expensive. Like, it gets more and more expensive the more people you need to get in, even though 1,300 people will not show up on a day. But so then we ended up going down the YouTube route, exactly like what you guys are doing now, using StreamYard and all that kind of stuff. And we were a little bit worried, like, will people actually turn up on YouTube and hang around? Because now if there's people watching this on YouTube, there's all these like other videos that are like tempting you over.
Yeah, it's cluttered. It's like not very clean and focused. You really have to.
Yeah.
But I think you have a big advantage that you said, okay, like your CV speaks for itself because you work at the BIG, which is one of the world leading offices in the field of parametric architecture, computational design. And so if you say, okay, I'm offering you 8 hours class live, I think a lot of people are taking the opportunity. Do you know from which part of the world were the most of the people, or was it equally distributed?
Actually, I think it was a mix between. There was a big crowd from Nigeria because Faisal is from Nigeria and he was based in Nigeria, and he got it out to a lot of universities there. The US was a big one, the UK. In fact, I'm actually just looking at it now on my other screen. So currently, let me see what we're looking at. Yeah, we have a big United States. Italy was a big one. I don't know, that kind of came out of nowhere. UAE, there was quite a few people from the UAE. US, UK, UAE, Nigeria, Italy. It was a real mix, to be honest with you. And then there's just like a list of all these different, like 2 to 3 people from all these different countries around the world. It was it was really interesting to see. Yeah, I'm trying to look at the background as I'm talking to you guys to see where people were coming from.
But I think that's the coolest feeling if you put so much work into it and you decide to tweak it and curate it and change it up a bit and then go live, which is also time that you're sitting in front of a computer just talking to yourself basically, or to 1 or 2 other people, that then people show up. I think that's the biggest awesome feeling.
And we had over 100 people. We never had less than 100 people live, and we got up to about 250 at one point. Which, and also each day initially we planned to, it was like a 2 to 3 hour day, and we had the ability for people to comment on YouTube or on Discord. And honestly, we thought people might be a little bit like hesitant to ask questions and stuff like that. But we were completely blown away that like people were asking a ton of questions and were like following along and paying attention. Therefore, we had about an hour or an hour and a half of questions that just like kept coming. So hence why the first day was like 4.5 hours. The second day was 4 hours. And then, as you can see on the screen, we also released a bonus class of 103, where we kind of put everything together in rebuilding Big's Serpentine Pavilion. So that was a big one that we kind of this was our first masterclass, and it was a great experience, and it went really well. Learned a lot about like hosting this stuff and setting up this website. It takes a bit of time to get it right. The marketing and also after the event is like there's still it's not like you're done with the event and then you're like, right, I'm off on holiday. You have to like edit all the videos and get it out there and continue marketing. So now if people want to do the course, you can access the 101 is free. So you get 4 hours of introductory content completely for free at the moment. And 102 and 103 you can access for just under £20, and you can access it forever. So yeah, this was our first course, and we were kind of really excited to get the courses. I think if you hit the ATN logo, Georgi, at the top, it should. I want to do this live on YouTube. Check that the website is actually working. Boom, because that took us a long time to fix, right? That there was an issue with the website. Like once you were into the courses, you could never escape.
Who is doing what? Like, are you also involved into? Because you guys are 3 people, so it's how do you distribute the task? Is somebody more like, as you said, Faisal also during the live was more curating the chat and the questions. Is there someone that's more, for example, on the website, social media? So how do you subdivide the tasks that are behind the scenes?
A lot. I mean, at the moment, the website and social media I run, and the other guys kind of add into it for specific kind of features. You know, for example, Faisal right now is creating these little snippets from our podcasts, right? So we post these little 60-second snippets and things like that. A lot of it is also like who's available and who's got time, because we're all juggling life
and work.
Yeah, and work. But I mean, the YouTube is something that I curate and do most of the videos. Guillaume's, I think, is going to have a feature on it called Guillaume's Geometry Gym, where he will like deconstruct.
Ooh, that's cool.
Deconstruct projects and stuff like that. So that will be really great. It's a bit of a mix. It's kind of who's available, who's got the energy and time. I think since we've done this first course, we've been really, the courses was the thing we really wanted to get onto. Also, the YouTube was growing as well. We finally got monetized. We earned our first £1 from YouTube. Just 10 years of experience, like a couple of years of creating content, dollars of investment, but we earned £1 from YouTube. So.
We congratulate you. We know how hard that is, right, Georgi?
Yeah, we did several, I think €5 on more than €5 on Patreon. So
so you gotta start somewhere, and we're starting to sell the courses a bit. It's not a huge amount, but it's like just helping us to get the next round of courses going. So now I've always been excited to do the courses, and we really want to give people the foundations for architecture. So we're going to be doing Revit, Rhino Inside, Enscape, and another Grasshopper to come this year. So stay tuned.
Quite a lot in the pipeline.
Yeah, we were talking about this non-disclosure agreements with Eric before. In the beginning of the conversation, he said he has problem with sharing work from clients that don't want to. How it's with you and Big, because of course you work for Big, where I guess there are a lot of NDAs too. Are they just they didn't need to authorize you somehow, or are they just happy that somehow knowledge is spread?
It's like anything that you use, all you'll see, all the projects that we use are all public projects, right? Like any architecture firm, what you see from the outside is always like I don't know, like a third of what's actually going on, or even not even that. Like it's there's so many cool projects I love to kind of do tutorials on and deconstruct, but you can't if it's not public. So hence why a lot of the products that you see us use are already public, and we just run it by the comms team at Big, and they either tell us yes or no, we can use it, really.
But I mean, you can also create some extra projects that are your own.
Yeah. We're starting to create this. So the thing is, I some people go down the route of creating projects to teach people. We're starting to do we create like a quick version of a real world project. But actually, I'd rather use real world projects, because sometimes, it depends what you're teaching. If you're teaching like a sketchy thing, like, just Grasshopper or how to use Rhino and quickly sketch things, you can use a very concept level project. But to get into like the real details of using Revit, for example, or Rhino Inside, and that comes from the, issues that you have to solve because you're actually resolving a real world project. So we want to use real world projects. If I'm just using, it's also like, then I'm like have a little I have to come up with ideas for buildings that are interesting at the same time as teaching them. So you end up like producing projects just for the sake of teaching. But so using real world ones is much more applicable because they come with the problems that real world projects come with, right? When you create these little quick concept stuff, you can kind of avoid the problems by just skipping over them.
And how do you guys? So you and Guillem worked together at Big in the US, and how do you? Is it Faisal also from Big, and you guys live in 3 different countries from as far as I know? How is the collaboration working? Do you have like also regular meeting where you discuss what is going to be done next, or do you make some strategy together, share to-dos?
Yeah, we're always chatting on actually we tried a few things. We tried Slack and we tried we'll jump onto Google Hangouts and stuff like that, but WhatsApp group has really worked for us. We're just always chatting. We have a little ATN WhatsApp group. So yeah, it's kind of nice having in different locations. So we're kind of like Europe. Currently, we're Europe, the US, and Africa, which is kind of nice. But we've actually had some people reach out that are interested in getting involved, which we're kind of thinking through how that works. Like maybe there's other people, there's people from India that reached out, and maybe we'll have like local ambassadors to help spread the word, because getting ATN into universities is a big thing that we want to try and do, right? We want to try and affect the next generation of architects. And in fact, Georgi, the feature that you were just looking at, the project programs feature, is another one where we're like trying to unveil the curtain behind, the programs that practices actually use, right? So we have these 6 or 7 categories, right, that we've broken technologies into: computation, modeling, BIM, all this kind of stuff. And then we've been asking, companies, what programs that you actually use on the projects. And what's interesting is, even though we've, in the grand scheme of things, I think we've had 17, 18 submissions. It's not a lot, but there's some big names in there. And so you can see nearly 100% use Rhino, right? Nearly a ton of them use some form of computation, of which that is Grasshopper. BIM is a bit more mixed, but Revit is the number one. But yeah, I think it really shows like what practices are really using. You'll see, Maya and SketchUp are not super popular, or Cinema 4D. In fact, we haven't had a SketchUp one yet, which is surprising. But yeah, this is one where we're just trying to show young architects what programs people are actually using, because you never really know, to be honest. But as as people in the industry, you kind of do know what everyone's using, right?
No, yeah, totally. And I like that you have this connection between academia and the real world, so that it's very, very applicable, and it's not something just theoretical. I like that. And you mentioned collaborations and local ambassadors with also, so to say, universities. What is your idea that somebody goes and presents Architect Network to the university and then they can join online, or what is the idea?
We're still working the idea out, but I think what was interesting with the Grasshopper masterclass was Faisal, for example, was on the ground. He was in Nigeria, and he knows people there. He has connections there. So, we got it to a few professors in the local universities, and then they pushed it towards the students to attend. So we then had, because he was there and had that connection, we then had a massive crowd from Nigeria, right? Which is amazing. So we're thinking, how does that work in the future? And also working out what's the format for our courses. Like, we do like the idea of creating an opportunity for people to watch it live, potentially for free. So we're talking to software companies about, sponsoring the videos, the live events, to make them free. But then if you want to access the recordings and go after watch it afterwards, then you go through a small subscription, and that way we can help get it out there. If you can't afford the subscription, you can go and attend the live. If you don't have time to attend the live, then you can access the video and support ATN in future ones. So we're kind of working out what the future of our courses will look like, working out how can we help and speed up the ATN getting into universities and helping as many young architects as we can. So yeah, we don't know exactly details, but for example, like Faisal, if you bring people in, maybe you get like a discount for your university or something like that, or you get a percentage of the sales used for we give you like the Creative Insider discount code, and then you get a percentage of the people that buy the course using the code or something like that.
No, I think something interesting is also that might be an opportunity for you or some of the other, whether Faisal or Guillem, to maybe just, if a local university is interested into it, to bring you on for a live lecture and then have sort of a continuous partnership where maybe the university pay a certain amount to you, and then the students that want can access the class and get some extra points, or maybe it's an online class, international. It's an interesting thing. I can say we can be ambassadors for Frankfurt because we literally live 2 minutes away from the university here. Like it's more or less downstairs.
Yeah, it's less than 2 minutes. It's actually like, I don't know, 200 meters.
That's like 1 block away. I studied there, and I came to live 1 block away after I don't need to be so close. Are
you far from our Frankfurt building, the dancing tower?
No, that's like
not that far.
That's not that far away.
That's in the city center.
Yeah, that's downtown. That's the more. I can show what are you. It's called Omni Tower, so that people can see what you're meaning. Yeah. This is the dancing building. I say it's the most German project that a big could do, because it's like just in Germany everything is squared, so they just took a square and then shake it a little bit in the middle. No, I wasn't.
It's actually, I don't know the project too much, but I think that it's had a kind of a unique program. So I think the bit that shifts in the middle is residential, and the rest is commercial, which is quite it's a great example of like how the program is kind of driving this kind of playful approach, right? In the commercial side, it's quite straightforward. On the residential side, you want to create space, outdoor space, so you kind of
they have those open balconies there with the hanging
the flats are there.
It's not a typical typology to have like a residential part right in the middle of a tower, but it creates these kind of fun parameters and fun briefs, create interesting projects. I don't know the icon for it off the top of my head. I think it's it's a bunch of floors shifting. Oh, there you go. Go up left on the next row, the other way above under construction, because I think it's not completed yet.
Oh, it theoretically. Yeah. There you go.
There you go. There it is. I think there you go.
Yeah, it's 90% completed. But here in front of it, they're building like 4 towers from UN Studio. So as soon as the towers are completed, it's not gonna be. But here is the program. Like that. Yeah. You have open space in the first floor, then you have offices. Then it's really. I was inside because they organized the tour, and also. Kai-Uwe Bergmann was here in Frankfurt, and he was also around. And it's really funny because when you go into the flats, also all the pillars are twisted.
It's a fun building, actually. It's fun.
No, it's really nice. There are certain angles from which where you see it looks like really the building is trying to do something with the like dancing.
Yeah.
Or trying to squeeze out of the skyline. I sometimes have the impression it's trying to squeeze out and just like leave.
Yeah. These are actual pictures, so this is not a rendering. This is how it looks like literally right now. And here in front, when the towers come, you won't be able to see from this angle, but I don't think it's the most this angle is what I meant. It's really funny because you see all these straight towers and this one is doing like whoop.
Oh,
like I hope you will have some opportunity to come over to Frankfurt to visit it yourself.
There was talk of a conference, but I think in Hamburg, not Frankfurt, but
that's quite far away.
Yeah, it's not that close. But...
Not the closest thing.
But yeah, it's always now the world of conferences and stuff are opening back up. I'm getting more, invitations to talk in physical locations. In fact, I had my first conference in person a few weeks ago, and it was really nice to like see people and be interact with people. And I think there's a big thirst for that right now because we've been online for so long. So I'm hoping I'll get a chance to travel a bit more with.
But how was it traveling? Isn't that weird after like 2.5 years you have to get on a plane, you have to get there on time, you have to pack.
Yeah, in this case, it was literally to Birmingham, so it wasn't that far.
Okay.
It wasn't the most exotic locations, but I mean, on one hand, it seems it's really nice. On the other hand, you're like, this is literally taking up my whole day, and online, this is like an hour out of my day. I don't even have to put pants on because I can sit behind a desk and a screen and hide behind it. But it has its pros and cons, right? It's time consuming. It's also like getting back to the office, right? You have to commute to the office, and you're like, what am I doing commuting? Like, what is this commuting thing? It's so much time. And sometimes you really need to be in the office, and some people come in and they're just on team calls all day because they're, I don't know, more of a coordination stage of a project. So, like anything, conferences or just working, it's balancing that mix between being physical and being virtual.
Yeah.
I was curious about something else also because I remember we talked first. By now it's quite in the beginning of the podcast. It was the episode 30. And since then, you've started the Architect Network and all this stuff on the side. Already before then, I've seen you also on some online platforms where it was possible to learn something from you. Has this activity online somehow impacted your career? Although, you work for big, as we said, it's already like, I don't know, you can shift between those 15, let's say 10, 15 companies that are leaders. But is it like in this, for example, conferences, or maybe also as a private contact for your inquiries for classes? Is this impactful for you?
I think you can't underestimate the power of networking, and a podcast you're just networking with a ton of people listening to you, right? Like Georgi, we've never met, and we've now talked a bunch of times. I'm sure there's more collaboration down the line and things like that. So conferences have always been my biggest recommendation for students. That's where I kind of found this world of computation and BIM and specialists and that kind of thing. And by going to a couple of conferences, it just totally boosted my career in that direction. And I think doing all this teaching online, YouTubing, all that kind of stuff, it's just, it does create, new connections, and then you collaborate with that person or just have a conversation with that person, that opens up another conversation or another connection. So networking was always a tricky thing. Before it was more like, I guess in the UK it was kind of like pub based, right? You go and meet people in the pub and chat and stuff like that. But now we're more and more digital. You know people, like we all three of us now, we have a digital relationship, but we've never met in reality. That would be a bit strange a few years ago. Even if just a few years ago, it would be kind of strange. But that's a big part of why I was talking to Stephen and Oliver from Show It Better and Upstairs, and I think we thought by giving out a lot of content for free on YouTube, we thought we'd also hopefully get some great stuff back from the community, and I think that is proving to be true. Like people reach out and we're creating collaborations and connections and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, for sure. It's like it benefits everything, right? Just take the podcast, for example. My own network is expanding. I'm meeting more people, but I'm also learning, right? That's the whole point of having the podcast. Like you learn new things, and then that feeds back into the other things I do. Like, hey, there's this really cool program that came up on the podcast. When I get to work, I'm going to go and check that out. Could we use that in the office? And so it's all like super connected. And yeah, I think that's a big benefit. And I'm sure you guys have also felt the same with the podcast, right? I'm sure you've had a lot of connections and people and learned a ton of stuff.
Yeah, there is. I mean, mainly we've learned a lot of stuff because 100 episodes. I mean, not all of those are like different people, but most of them are different people from different levels of expertise and career. I mean, sometimes I'm surprised that we had the opportunity to talk to so many big names, and also in the meanwhile, also we've learned a lot from other guests that we wouldn't have expected to learn so much from. Yeah. It's the great powerful thing is that you have a reason to reach out to someone, right? So if I were to reach out to Björk Ingels and tell him, hi, how are you doing? He wouldn't have any interest to answer to me. But it's like a powerful tool also for yourself. And I suggest that a lot of people in our field start their own podcast, because this is also how, for example, Joe Rogan and all the other comedians did the podcasts, and they go on each other podcasts and they lift up the whole field. And I think it's important that more people start to do stuff like that.
Maybe we should start one where we watch the UFC and just comment.
Comment the design of the.
Maybe we should do. Yeah, we just every week we go through Désirée and look at.
No, we can do that.
I guess there's audience for that.
I always wanted to do the creative news, so I wanted to do like a live stream, but I need a co-host. So if you want, we can do it like a chill thing. We stream it on both Architect Network and the Creative Insider, and we do like Design, Arc Daily, Design Boom. We go through and see what is good and what is bad.
This is where ideas come from things like this.
No, I'm totally up for it.
But I think it's also cool. All you mentioned the big names, but all the smaller independent or just expert professionals, then you get to know that people that you don't read about in the news, but you just sort of stumble over, that you think something is cool and that you dive into their story. And those are the conversations that I've especially liked.
Yeah. And I think, it like I said, even a few years ago, it might have been a bit more odd, but I think the pandemic has really boosted this whole podcast culture in the architecture world, at least. Those even when you look at YouTube, there's not that many architecture YouTube channels, but I think there's a lot of space for it. we've also learned from your podcast in that, like, we still are an audio podcast, but I think seeing the difference of like face-to-face video style podcast, I think it's a lot richer. So yeah, one of the reasons why our podcast is a little bit behind, it's been on hold for a little while because we've been kind of finding new guests, thinking about how we're going to do it in the future. Are we going to go audio, video, or something else? So yeah, we're kind of, and we're also really, we're really excited by the courses. So we've been focusing on the courses a little bit. So yeah, our podcast will be back soon.
No,
Well, it takes time.
I'm a listener.
Yeah, but I really liked what you've done with that. I think just going from audio to, video, it's really engaging just to see the faces of guests and, all that kind of stuff. So I think you've inspired us to evolve ours as well.
That was a hard one in the making, though, too, right, Georgi?
No,
that took us a while.
Yeah, I'm always, first of all, it takes a while because I'm lazy and because also I'm like, we are two people. And the problem is that also we have our own life. We want to spend time by doing something else apart of working and being on a computer. But also, as I told you, I like to share what I know about how it's done. I know that I'm not the best, but I'm not the worst. But it takes so much time to collect maybe this stupid information that it's so simple, but if you don't know how it's done, and I think, as I said, for me it's important that people, I don't know how is your personal experience. What I don't like with architecture in general and design is that there is a lot of people are snobby and they, I don't know, think a lot of themselves. And I'm more like, I like cooperation and helping each other, because if there are more successful platforms, maybe someday I will be able to be on your podcast and that will be helpful for me or for other people. And I think it's important to share this stuff with each other.
And I feel like there is a change in the culture of, I think there's going to be a lot more collaboration between smaller young practices and podcasting and all that kind of stuff. But you're right, like architecture is very there's a bit of ego involved sometimes, a bit of like you're stealing ideas from someone else and all this kind of stuff. So but I feel that's changing. There's a big shift, especially with the online learning kind of side and podcasting and YouTubing. There's a lot more of a collaborative culture.
Yeah, I think this helps also performing, right? Because you learn how to speak in public, and it's important to communicate as a designer to when you show your designs, or when you then have a great opportunity to go to talk on conferences. And I think this activity might sound simple and stupid, but it's important to learn how to speak.
Take some practice, eh? We need to get a full setup. Like I need to get the headphones and the hanging mic thing. Yeah.
That was also a process. We have a few boom arms here that we don't use anymore because I don't know, why did you replace those, Georgi? Because they weren't that good, right?
Nowadays actually there are new models you should check. They're not hanging. They're like on the table. Like if you check the Joe Rogan Experience, and they're better because, like, for example, I have to move like this to see my screen sometimes. I look like a boxer, but they come from below and it's even better. But yeah, all this stuff, as I said, this sounds like stupid, like microphones. People say you can go on YouTube and learn, but you have to go on YouTube for hours to understand all the options. So I'm thinking
took us ages to just work out how to record the audio through Clubhouse, because now it's part of the app. But like before, it was I bought this like thing, and you plug in your phone and then you plug it into your computer, and then it was like a nightmare. I could not get it to work. And then one of the other Clubhouse guys was like, yeah, you should use I think it was called Club Deck at the time.
I remember I used to moderate events, or I still do, but I started many years ago, and the biggest thing was, okay, how are you actually going to screen grab the live event, because it wasn't automatically in the systems nowadays with Zoom and everything. You have automatically record, but then you had to find the screen grab software, and then how does screen grab work even with video and everything. It was the same thing. It was super complicated, and now it's just like click.
Yeah, I mean, StreamYards is another good one I got from Oliver and Steven, and that's what we use to do the masterclass. So it's all super useful to share.
No, there are like there are some. For example, this is very easy for streaming, like we're doing now with multiple people. But I figure out a new way to record a video podcast without Zoom, which works way better. So if you need help with that, I'll let you know, because here they are, StreamYard also, it's like the free service has some limitation, and then you have to pay a subscription. But I've been also thinking to make a little guide, like for people that want to start, which is maybe
we should make a podcasting course.
I was thinking to do like a handbook
for architects,
a few pages, like to keep it niche, with how to start from zero to hero.
I feel like your podcast is very, very smooth, and you've got it all nailed in. So we could definitely learn from that.
We focus on a lot of practice learned by machine learning style, just repeating a lot of things until you don't get it the right way.
What do you think we should do with the podcast as a listener then, Georgi? Would you want to see on YouTube, video, Clubhouse as well, or something else? We do have another idea. I won't air it, but there's also another idea. But maybe you've seen it here and there. But
what idea? I didn't get the.
It's top secret still.
Yeah, it's top secret, man.
Okay.
Top secret.
It's a VIP.
Yeah.
So I think that you can do it whether. So the beauty of your podcast is that it's live, but the problem with your podcast is that it's on Clubhouse, where people cannot see you. So I would do it rather live on YouTube or Twitch or both, whatever you prefer. And if it's on YouTube and you want to make it more like what is it called? If you want to monetize it a little more, you can just make it for the YouTube members of your channel to be able to ask questions, or maybe, this is an idea.
Yeah, I think that's the way we'll probably go. But unfortunately, Clubhouse seems to be done.
Don't get me started on that hype when it began.
I think they were at the right place at the right time, and now people can go out and go to the pub. They're like, I don't want to sit on Clubhouse anymore.
Yeah, not only that, but now you have Twitter Spaces and all this other stuff, and you have Discord where that's possible too, and you have LinkedIn is doing something a little similar as well. So they didn't scale it fast enough, probably, or maybe it was never a plan. You never know. Sometimes it's just about the first seed, and then you continue.
Sweet.
So.
Olly, I thank you very much for taking time on a Sunday for us. And I know how precious it is when you have to work a lot in the architectural field. So we can end up the conversation as usual. If you want to share something that you're looking forward as an event, or if you have discovered some new book, podcast, something, movie. It's so hard to find stuff on Netflix lately. So
what am I watching? I mean, I did love. I was a bit late to the game, but I did love the movie Dune. I love that sci-fi
Which one?
Oh, was that one good? Because I love Dune from the 80s. And did you see the series in the 90s or 2000s? I totally love that. But the movie was good.
I think it was like my little treat after I finished the course, the masterclass. I watched Dune.
Oh, cool.
That was quite good, quite cool. But otherwise I'll just say, for people to keep posted on Architect Network. We've got 4 courses coming this year, hopefully, if everything works out. So Rhino Inside should be coming up next in the summer, along with Revit. Then we got Enscape and then Grasshopper 2. So keep posted on Architect Network for future courses coming.
Yeah, sounds great. And stick around also to the Creative Insider. We share a lot of this stuff because I think it's very valuable, and I'm a student myself.
Yeah, cool. Well, thank you so much for having me, and congrats on 100.
Thanks,
you.
Olly.
All right.
Have a great Sunday.
Cool. See you later, guys.
Bye-bye.
Okay.
So, we're going with the schedule. By the way, in between, I have to say that we have one guest less because Fabio Palvelli had a family issue. He texted me. So in that slot, we will anticipate Arturo Tedeschi. And then now we have another great guest. And then we're going to have a little break on Discord or where we'll be able to chat with each other or with us. So the link is in the description. And now I'm ready to add Irgen. Hello, Irgen. How are you?
Hi, do you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, welcome back.
Oh, nice to see you again. Nice to meet you, Désirée.
Same, likewise.
Congratulations on the 100. I think you've done great progress. I think I was number 13 in the beginning, I think.
It's very early, yeah.
Yeah.
But cool, thanks. Good to see you.
Thank you for having me here. It's actually a super sunny summer Sunday here in Rotterdam.
Yes, here as well.
Yeah, we can also do glasses if you want.
You're ready too.
Oh, we're doing that now too.
Yeah, I mean,
everybody loves these sunglasses. Well, I have to be honest. I'm really happy with my sunglasses. They look really like badass.
Yeah.
Now you can see the screen and mine, so you can see yourselves theoretically. But Georgi, can you see your mouse?
I can manage, I hope.
Yeah.
The problem is when I go on the other screen. But Irgen, so it was nice. I wanted to have a mix of people. By the way, I have to disclose that we don't have girls today, not because I didn't invite them, but because whether they were busy or whether they had to do something else or they didn't answer or so on. So there will be more live streams where we're going to have more gender diversity. But I wanted to have a diversity of fields and a diversity also of guests that maybe have been in the beginning and then we've been in touch, but not on the podcast. And also you were the 13, so that was almost 2 years ago, and has been happening a lot since then. Also, you're
a bit of a different place since
Yeah.
or at least back then was a different place, and now it's hopefully normal.
And you're a streamer yourself. You have your Le Confusier live session of music.
Yeah, that was my lockdown new hobby, DJing. And then I did have this personal YouTube channel since I was like a second year of study, and I never did much with it. And then I thought like, yeah, well, this can be something like a creative hub. So we put there like anything from architecture lectures up to music live streams. So yeah, that's something like I discovered or I explored last year, but yeah, I'm not going commercial, so I don't know how it's gonna go.
It's good to have a hobby sometimes that's just a hobby.
Yeah.
Do you
exactly.
do you mix everything yourself, or what is it like? Is it your own music, or you mix music?
Not yet. For now, it's pure DJing. So it's purely mixing songs. Of course, I do some my research. Let's say which songs and which genres, and yeah, I'm still exploring it. But I think the next step is to try to write music. Why not? Anyway, I mean, I think like the software are not so different from architecture software. Like I always liked, like when you go from Photoshop to Premiere, it's almost similar setup, but instead of having images, you have videos. So there's the time parameter, of course, but for the rest, like the kind of commands, the way that you crop or you overlay or you layer things, it's kind of similar. And I did actually have I do have some history with music. Like I was playing guitar since I was a teenager, and I call myself like a failed guitarist. So maybe,
Maybe you should get
maybe
together with Eric.
yeah.
You two can
Let's
create
see.
something together.
But I realized when I started mixing, like I realized like yeah, I can actually count. I can I have some basic music, let's say, education that helps me do this, do the DJing hobby, let's say. So I didn't feel like starting from completely scratch, but yeah.
And since we haven't seen each other for a long time, you prepared. You wanted to share some of the progress has been done on the with Architects for Urbanity, your office based in Rotterdam. So
Yeah, we don't necessarily have to talk about projects. I also have some books here because I saw that you guys like talking about books, and
Yes.
and I noticed that it was like there was a mention about the movie Dune, and it was funny because I also went to see it in the cinema, and actually, I missed the last 20 minutes, so I didn't see the ending because I had to go and pick up my son, and I realized,
Oh,
it's one of these moments when you realize like how much your life changes after you become a parent. I mean, this is just a tiny thing, of course, but like yeah, you cannot finish movies. That's one of the things that apparently
yes.
results from having a small kid.
But how did
But
you like Dune? I'm going to ask everybody now. How did you like
yeah,
it?
in general, I really like sci-fi movies. So I think I've seen almost everything in that genre. So I
Okay.
like the sci-fi aspect of it, and but to be honest, personally, I didn't see much. I didn't get particularly excited about some aspect of its story. It was like for me, it was like a nice sci-fi movie that I didn't manage to finish.
Hmm.
So maybe maybe also because I didn't see the finish, like I didn't keep it in my head very coherent like a story.
Yeah, yeah. Hmm.
But
I
what
don't
did
know
you
what you
find
mean. I haven't seen it
exceptional?
yet because, to be
Okay.
honest, I heard it was not so good, and the trailers were, I don't know, they didn't catch me really. It sounded just like a lot of, you know, big names, and they didn't tease the story really. So
Yeah.
I haven't watched it yet because of that. But I did watch the series that was 10 or 15 years ago, and I watched the original in the 80s, and I loved that. So I'm
The
kind of like
sequel.
I'm kind of like a Dune
Okay.
fan. That's why if it's really bad, I don't want to watch
No, I don't
it.
think it was really bad. But yeah, cool. And in terms of books, like I want to share some reading that I'm doing lately. I think this way the countryside, the report. I find this very interesting kind of study because it brings like a sort of update on the condition of not only the countryside but the way that technology has kind of evolved in the realm of agriculture, let's say, and production, and I
Oh,
because I'm really interested in cities. I think it's looking at the countryside kind of gives you a better understanding of the city itself. And then I think I think the biggest revelation of the new generation of philosophers and writers, Harari. I think it's my new favorite, of course. Homo Deus, very nice book. Also the first book in the series, Homo Sapiens. I think it's. But I find like in most book discussions nowadays, where I'm usually talking about Harari. I think I find it quite. And then there was this one that I'm reading on the beach. So there was not much beach time, so I didn't progress so much. But I think this summer, this is actually not a very, let's say, I find it a bit like a light history on cities. So this is a book by Ben Wilson. I think it's a Dutch guy, Metropolis. So it basically kind of identifies the key kind of examples of cities through from the first cities in Mesopotamia, and then it goes up to the industrial cities, Manchester, and I find it like really interesting in terms of like enriching a bit the base of understanding of how cities emerged and how do they work.
That's cool.
And yeah, and then yeah, there's a Greek philosopher I'm reading now. It's called Asidiki. So he was like a student of Freud, of Nietzsche, Friedrich Nietzsche. So it's a bit like the small Greek Nietzsche, but for me, at least in terms of philosophy, Nietzsche has been like one of the most important influences. And yeah, I cannot say that I really completely understand still today. Like when I'm reading Nietzsche or Kazantzakis, I'm still a bit like connecting the dots.
Yeah.
But that's what's interesting, I think, about philosophy is like it always keeps you trying to connect dots and make sense out of the different sort of books you may read, and yeah, that keeps you, or it keeps me, let's say, curious. I don't know what kind of books are you guys reading lately?
I was actually looking if I have it here, the Happy Cities, because you were mentioning Metropolis from the Canadian, but it's in the other room. What was, Georgi, do you remember what the author's name was? But it's mostly about US and Canadian cities.
Yeah, it was something we got suggested on the podcast from some of the guests. I think it was something like about it was also about the cities.
Yeah, and about the car and how that whole, Eric would probably like this maybe, how the car sort of like got politically integrated into the city and it was never planned that way. And then the whole in the US and in Canada, especially all the suburbs that are disconnected through all the highways and there's really no city life in the traditional sense or no suburban inner city life. And yeah, it was a good book. I actually finished that a while ago.
I was reading something about a book. It's very interesting. It's called Make Time. It's about how to it's like a healthy approach to productivity. Let's say it's basically a concept where you should focus on one highlight every day which you want to really dedicate time on, and it doesn't have to be, I don't know, something to work, but it can be also like, I don't know, spending time with your son or something like that, or spending time with a dear one instead of just like, it's not these toxic productivity books. And then I've been reading now this book, it's called Mindset, where it explains the difference between people that are convinced of the fact that you are in a certain way and you cannot change, and the people that are more open and they are believers that you can improve more or less every aspect of yourself, of your life too. So these were the two things that I've been reading lately.
Yeah, I forgot to mention also, I was reading a lot of, I don't have them here, but I also had to read a lot of parenting books, to be honest, like since we talked last time in the last 2 years. And I have to say that they can be quite informative, like not
Oh.
not necessarily on how you raise your kid day to day, but like in terms of psychology, like to understand a bit like what does it mean if you don't give enough attention to your kid, or if you don't
Mm.
spend enough time, how that channels through the years psychologically, and what impacts it can have. So for me, it was like a revelation reading those books.
I think that's one of the things that would freak me out the most. It's like, okay, how am I actually going to raise a child? Like, what philosophy and how do I make sure that the child doesn't get, I don't know, praised too much and then get imposter syndrome? Or you obviously the normal things like you have to say no and you have to set boundaries. That's a given, but everything beyond that, how do you raise somebody to be well behaved and to be, you know, fair, or, you know, to understand those concepts? That's, I don't know, I have huge respect of that.
How last time we spoke, I think your son was just a baby, and now he's probably around 3-4 years old.
Almost 3, yeah.
How has he changed your priority on, for example, work and private life? Is because architecture, unfortunately, it's project based business where really you have sometimes these periods of time where you have to spend a lot of time on the work. Has that made you somehow more efficient? Somehow, I don't know. Yeah, you can say no easily, maybe, to some things. How does that affect your professional life?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think that's a lot, to be honest, a lot. But it was also like before having the kid, it was also like I think I was already changing. Like I think I had somehow decided that I don't want the profession to be costful to let's say to personal life. I mean, for me, like ambition and architecture are super important to the degree that they provide the lifestyle that's exciting, that I like. Um, in the degree that they are enriching life, let's say, and to the degree that it's making life harder or less interesting or problematic, then I think the whole thing becomes problematic. Of course, there are moments or periods where you have to put some more attention to work so that you see the gains, like in terms of, let's say, like an investment. So maybe this year you can work more, so that then in the next 10 years, that's something else. But I think I was ready and of course I wanted to put like family in a priority now, let's say, at least in this stage of my life, so that maybe later I could focus more in architecture while being, let's say, done with kids or with so in that sense, yes, I think it has shifted a lot of things around. And of course, you're right. I mean, when you have a kid, you feel the responsibility, you feel the priorities change, of course. So it is much easier to say no now, very often. I think it comes, that's one of the things that changed a lot, to be honest, because before, yeah, I would almost not allow myself to say no to opportunities, and now you see, like, yeah, I mean, many things are even not worth your time. So, or at least you can compare them to the time that you spend with your child, and something has to be really important to kind of compete with that in terms of time quality. But for the rest, I think it's quite inspiring. I think when you relate to kids every day, when you spend time with kids, you realize like how slow we are learning now things. I think they are learning so fast and they are so inventive. And sometimes it makes me feel like a bit like yeah, I wish if we would learn at that rate still in later phases of our life. I think we would be geniuses, but there is so much you can. There's so much space in our brains, right? But
Yeah.
Yeah, we clutter that space oftentimes with Netflix and Dune movies.
And how has been with the office? Are you like in the meanwhile we got to have on the podcast some other people that have worked with you, collaborated with you somehow. And the first project that generated your office was this Varna library, and then from there the office started, and then there were also other offices that started. We had the Anagram Studio too. Was very interesting to see how, like, it's like from one genesis there were different evolutions. How has been the last 2 years almost in the business? Are you working more on the Netherlands, or you're very international by yourself?
Yeah, I think I mean it was like, I think like many things changed in the last few years in a faster rate than before, at least, or at least in terms of human resources. Like many people, because of the pandemic or because of other reasons, moved back to their countries, or they shifted their priorities. Or so I think in terms of people composition, there have been the biggest changes in the last few years. So indeed, there are people that we worked very closely before that we are not working anymore, and there are new people that have joined. But I think I think we gain a lot from working remotely in these last years. So even for some projects, we were doing site supervision remotely, of course. And in the beginning, that scared me a lot. Like, how can you follow the construction while you cannot go there? But eventually, we kind of established like a remote way to communicate with the people on site and get updates. And so I think that kind of helped us, because we were always like working in this kind of collaborative mode when people would join us for specific projects or competitions. And that was good, let's say. And there have been some people that we have been working more closely in the last years, like Yonyan Silai from Studio UI, or my old friend and collaborator Liana Sofiati. So we are trying to keep, let's say, these are experienced architects. So but I think we shifted a bit less the attention on competitions, because because of the I mean, through kind of maturing, we knew it before, but we see that at least all competitions, they are not as sustainable or a sustaining kind of enterprise in terms of business plan. Not that we thought otherwise before, but I think we are now shifting more our attention towards projects that can be more realizable, let's say, and that can bring some stability in terms of finances in the office. So less competitions, but then of course more quality approach to competitions. And yeah, so we have been following 3 projects that are in construction in collaboration with the Office City Foster. There are these 3 projects in Albania. One of them is almost finished. And we've done a couple of competitions, one in a museum in Finland, and a daycare and school kind of complex in Greece. So we are moving along these lines, let's say, always keeping international. I mean, mostly focused in Europe. And the Netherlands, I think it's like it's a very interesting market, but it's also very, very. It has become a very specific kind of. So we are always interested in the Netherlands, but so far, yeah, this is
The Tampere, the competition.
Yeah, this is a museum we did in Tampere. Very, very. I really love Finland when it comes to competitions. Like we've done also several competitions before, in Finland. But this was very nice, like a very beautiful site in front of a park in an important central part of the city, and all these black buildings you see there, they are all kind of industrial heritage, industrial buildings that nowadays they are not retaining their original structure, but they're becoming part of the fabric. And I think what we try to do there is to kind of use this the project as a kind of link, because most of the important access pass through the site. This we did together with my colleague Liana Sofiadi.
No, it looks very nice.
Yeah, and then the front facade of this is kind of so we didn't use the whole plot. We I think if you go in one of the next images, you can see the So we did this kind of diagonal, creating a sort of opening towards the park and the temple that is there. So the project is kind of stepping back to give space to the public realm, and that made it also more difficult to accommodate the program there. So we did a very dense, compact museum in the end, so that we can give back to the city this space in front of it.
Yeah, you can see on this plan, for example.
Oh yeah, cool.
Yeah, I think for me the most interesting when it comes to architecture is making gestures and statements and kind of new typologies. I think also this typologically is quite interesting with a museum kind of routing and functions kind of facilitated from this backbone on the back, the gray core, and then the public route on the front. So it's a bit like yin yang, the private and the public. They have their own sides, and then from those sides they kind of radiate towards the center of the building. And we proposed a completely wooden, not completely except of the course, wooden structure. I think wooden structure is, I mean, in terms of stability, I think it's coming stronger and stronger. And of course, Finland they are the masters of timber technology. So we thought it was the right place to suggest it.
They're also very forward in sustainability in general, aren't they? They're way up there.
Yes. Yeah, I think stability is, for me, is a very interesting topic. I was also invited in conference in South Africa last year where I talked about stability. But for me, stability is more important from a critical point of view, because I think also the market of stability is a bit like opportunistic, and it doesn't always give long-term solutions. It's mostly trying to sell products. And I think out of all the professions that are involved in the construction sector, which by the way is one of the biggest contributors to CO2 emissions, it's architects. So if we are not critical, then there are not many professionals in the market that can be. And if we are not critical at all, I think we will be just following sustainability kind of directions and enrich companies here and there without necessarily creating long-term gains, let's say, for the planet. And from that point of view, I think it's very, very interesting. Of course, like architects, we know more or less. It has been our education for already now for several decades. We know what can we do to practically make our project sustainable, and then of course depends on the client, the context, the typology, how much sustainable elements we can integrate into the design. But in a broader context, I think it's a very interesting discussion overall. But I think a critical one that should be approached critically, at least.
Yeah, there is a lot of greenwashing. For example, like also timber constructions, for example, this is more or less like a hybrid, because there I see some parts in concrete. I've been taking part in some conferences for timber construction, and I asked, okay, now it's very fancy to do timber things, and I'm not against it, but I'm questioning like, okay, how many trees you need to cut in order to build a building, and there are hundreds of cubic meters, and not always you can make it with, I don't know, trees that are maybe already almost dying, or maybe they're not structurally good, or yeah. So it's a tricky thing. I think it should be look into it, as you said, very in detail and very critically. But it's a tricky topic for sure. But no, the project is super interesting. I mean, you have this style that it's very, very much reminding OMA because, I mean, of your career there, so to say. Yeah, so it's a very interesting. And this one, it was also in the one of the projects in Albania. Is this the daycare, or which one is this one?
This is in Creta. Yeah, this is in. I grew up in Creta, so usually if there is a competition in Creta in the Greek island, then I'm quite also emotionally kind of tempted to participate. Last time we did one for the terminal station, we had a second prize in the same city. This one was very interesting because the brief of it was actually was it was written by COVID itself, because it involves having a daycare, so babies together with how it's called, a kindergarten, so small kids and elderly home into one kind of complex. And then a community park in front of it. So, and it was published the brief right in the beginning of the lockdown of the pandemic, where everybody was trying to protect and isolate, let's say, elderly people, because they were the most vulnerable. But I think it's a very innovative concept, because you can imagine grandparents taking the grandchildren's children, or parents taking in one go in the morning the children and the grandparents into the same sort of facility. So we did this kind of entrance zone, which is elongated, and it creates a kind of outdoors interaction area between the elderly and the children. And for the rest, we kind of created sort of a constellation of those three functions, kind of surrounded by this frame. That's why we call this the frame of coexistence.
I like this slope. Yeah. It's really cool.
Yeah, I hope this baby is gonna be fine.
So there was no live testing.
Do you do everything you in this competition? Do you do everything you together, or only yourself with your collaborators, or for example, images like this you go to external offices to help you?
We do them in-house usually. Yeah, in-house. Most of the times we do them here in-house ourselves.
So what do you use, Rhino, and what do you use, Enscape or something like
that?
Yeah,
this is actually Enscape for Rhino. I think. Yeah, personally, I was always kind of forced to do things in-house with the team, because I never had the resources to outsource images or models or whatever. So everything usually is done by us here. And while doing everything ourselves, I of course, one of the most annoying thing is rendering times, waiting for the render to get rendered, and then maybe you realize when it's done that it's actually not exactly as you wanted it to be. So I think for me, Enscape, the most important thing is the fast rendering time, and the connectivity to Rhino. I think it's very nice, very easy, and the real-time function, of course, it's always super impressive when you have a client meeting that you can walk them through. And now, of course, you can connect also with the VR set. So yeah.
And you have also all these assets, right? 3D assets, like, I don't know, I think fruits and stuff like that. You can directly use from there. No, but it's very nice, and it looks.
I mean, the main thing about renderings is usually the more detail you put, the more realistic they look, if realisticness is the purpose, let's say. But yeah, we always had, so usually most of our images were photoshopped by Carolina, the co-founder, and the last years she's not so much involved anymore, but she always brought this dimension to our images, and I think we will try to retain this no matter with the software, where we try to have them kind of realistic and kind of artistic at the same time, but without ending up being too artistic or too realistic, because of course it's never gonna be built as in the renders, or at least that should not be the aim. Like when I see sometimes architects being proud of how it was rendered and how it was built exactly the same, I'm getting a bit skeptical, because I think like the real project should be improved until the end. And if sometimes you along the way, especially during construction, you can see a material that is better than what you designed, or a system that is, I think you should have the freedom to change it during the process. So for me, it's not necessarily like that we build something exactly as we designed it. It's more about building it the best that we could build, right? So in that sense, it's like reviewing and designing it until the last moment. And yeah.
And this one is also somewhere in Albania being under construction right now, right?
Yeah. This is Sphinx Lofts. It's in the city of Durrës. We are doing it in collaboration with City Foster and Martin Soboda. These are working images. They are not, let's say, final renders. These are from the latest presentations that we share with the client. So it's a project we are working for many years actually now, and it has been stuck. So it has been stuck in this moment for some years now. They built a structure and some internal walls, and they stopped. But now we have restarted it. So we are taking the project, the construction. We are taking the construction further. So and it's quite interesting, because I think it's like working in Albania is like a very particular context. It's like you cannot do the design phases and the design process that you would do in Netherlands, where you expect from everyone to be super experienced and up to standard in all phases. And it's a bit more like walking hand to hand with the client and the people involved there, and trying to create, let's say, architectural excitement and excellence by using the means that they have and the tools that they have. So in the beginning we went there, we said like, this is a design, please build it like this, and then you realize that actually you have to instruct them how to build. They don't know how to build things that are not super standard, or that are, or they cannot imagine the standard that you imagine when you are talking to them. So then you have to make sure that you find the products and the providers, and you give it to them, and you explain. So it's not so much about how many drawings you're gonna give them. You can give them very little drawings, but it's important to them to explain them what are the priorities of the specific drawing, and what really you want to see realized out of all those ideas that you may have in a project. And I kind of like it, because I also speak the language, and I like the people. So it's working in my original country. I think it's quite exciting, and it has also a feeling of contributing something. So this project is right in front of the Adriatic Sea, full sea view, framed views, and then we did those balconies, which are a bit like primitive, like creating this sort of dynamic, mostly because there is a super beautiful sunset here in the evening hours, and we wanted to fragment as much as possible the facade, and it's gonna be mostly glazed, the balcony and the glazing. So you're gonna see kind of different reflections of the sunset while you are, and it has, of course, a public esplanade. It's the lungomare of the city. That's the last part of the lungomare. So I think also for the public, it's gonna be an exciting sort of visual situation, when the sunset is being sort of reflected, and of course it's gonna have a public ground floor with restaurants and cafes, and we also have a rooftop on top, which is it's also gonna be with restaurants. And of course I cannot say exactly what it's gonna be, because again, in Albania, the investors, they are yeah, they like doing things, seeing and doing and evolving with the project, which I think it's okay. I think once as an architect you switch off from the idea that you can control everything from the beginning to the end, then you can you can work with that approach where you set your priorities in every step, and then you result with something that um, that it's actually fits also the client, right? Because it comes from a process that's
Hmm.
aware to them, it's familiar to them.
It's kind of sustainable in its own way because it is then created so it is used more
Yeah, and it's for
realistically
sure.
in a way.
And it's for sure contextual. And I think that for me, contextuality is one of the biggest priorities. This one is another one. This is one in Fier. It's one of the medium-sized cities in Albania. It's super nice clients. There are two partners that are super nice people and very nice kind of entrepreneurs for many years. So what we do here is we take a building from 1997, an existing one, and we kind of add 2 floors and completely change it, the facade and everything. So it's a mixed use rental space building. It has a bank in the front. So here you can see the so the first 3 floors that I mean that's the old structure, but the old structure cleaned up. You really don't want to see how it looked before. And then the 2 floors that we added on top, and then we in the front part, because there is a bank, you can see the bank there in front, and they don't want to move, and the bank, it's a project that had been through many problems that we have to solve during the process, but very exciting. So what we decided to do is like, okay, we don't take the bank out, they stay during the whole construction, although we are completely changing the project. And what we do to extend the front part of it is that we did a steel structure that kind of is positioned on the outside. It's almost like an exoskeleton. I think you can see it in the next images. And all the concrete parts, they are gonna be exposed, rough exposed concrete to sort of yeah. I mean, it's a country. Yeah, it's a country that they always plaster almost everything. Like the most common finish is plaster. So we thought like, okay, we're gonna do something different. We're gonna move all the existing plaster and we're gonna show the roughness of the concrete, maybe to give idea for future projects. And of course, the grid is one of the elements. And this is the steel structure that we had in front. I personally, I have a big. I love working with structural engineers. I really like also in the project in Varna in the library. We of course in library we did mostly concrete structure, but also there we had some innovations in terms of structure because we worked very closely with Ilya Lasky in that case. And here I think it's very interesting. We again talking about contextuality because in this city there is a super advanced steel factory, and we went through the factory. We had a full guide. So basically they're gonna build it like 5 minutes away from the site is the factory, so there will be almost zero transport distance. And basically also talking about creating jobs and everything is gonna be in situ, almost like in the same city. So in that case I think it's and then the whole facade is wrapped with this aluminum facade for shading.
No, it looks cool. Which city did you say is this?
It's called Fear. And
It's in
the whole
Albania, or
yeah. It's 2 hours from Tirana, a bit less than 2 hours driving from Tirana.
and how do you get this project? Do you do competitions, or do you started one project and maybe through connections you got directly? Because you said also you wanted to be more efficient on this side, that you don't spend a lot of time risking everything with competitions, but also like directly client connection. So is this the case?
These 3 projects that we are doing, they are in collaboration with Office City Foster, with Martin Sobota, very important friend and collaborator of ours. So basically, he's been in the Albania market for I think more than 15 years now. So they are mostly City Fosters. They are City Fosters clients, and we are doing them in collaboration. So those three projects, they let's say the client is from City Foster. But yeah, I still cannot answer that question. I mean, in terms of clients and networking, I think it's still a work in progress. I think now that we have realized projects, it may be easier for us to find new clients. And this is one that is almost finished. It's in Golem. It's very close to Durrës. It started as a hotel, and there is a project for it as a hotel. But during the pandemic, of course, there was no hotel kind of services, so it's temporarily now used as an office building. And then there is the hotel version project, which should be implemented later. So we had here swimming pools, which will not be used for now. Yeah, you can see the big swimming pool here. It will be covered temporarily. We also have a swimming pool on the 10th floor on the roof.
Oh.
Yeah, and the palm trees to give this sort of. This is very close to the beach. It's actually 1 minute walk from the beach. Very big beachfront in the area of Golem in the city of Durrës. And what was interesting here, I think, was mostly like working with the local natural stones. So we selected 8 natural stones from Albania and 1 from Yanina, which is north of Greece. So again, kind of very contextual. And then we kind of blend those stones in the separation walls in the facade and in the stair. This is the main stair, which is kind of a bit like creating a share effect. It's a bit like twisted per floor, so that it can be like a different experience of using the stair, not just going up and down, but sort of looking at the other people that are walking the stair. So it gives a nice
Like
kind of
tectonics somehow. Like
yeah. I
yeah.
think it becomes a bit of an experience. I think that was the idea of it.
No, I remember this one when we talked the first time. It was, you told me, yeah, we're building a hotel in Albania, and now it's completed. Not as a hotel, but it is completed.
Yeah, I mean the facade and the public. Yeah, I really like this image. This is like a bit like on the one side is a bit the chaos, because on the one side of the project there is this big highway, so it's kind of noisy, but this kind of wall, stoned wall, is kind of represents a bit the seclusion of the room. So I think it's a bit of it's a bit of an edgy image.
Yeah, that looks cool.
No, it's
Yeah, but I think with the opportunity, I would recommend everyone to visit Albania, Greece as well. Greece is in my heart, but I think Albania is a new kind of destination. It doesn't have so much tradition through the years in tourism, and I think it's I really have a time of my life every time I go there, especially in the summer. The Riviera is very beautiful, and the cities are very interesting. Tirana it has a amazing nightlife and amazing city. So I would recommend anyone that has not been in Albania to give it a chance.
no, definitely.
When we go, we will get tips from you.
Definitely.
or we go with you. The best solution.
Yeah, that's even better.
That's even better. Yeah, that's even better.
That's a good plan.
It will be this year. We're doing a lot of expensive holidays, so next year we're gonna be broke, and we will be going to Albania. I mean, nothing bad. Actually, that's a positive side of Albania, because it's. I mean, we go to Bulgaria, where also is not so expensive, and I hope for Albania will be something similar.
Yeah, I think it's cheaper, but sometimes, yeah, it depends a bit the tourism. We can talk in another discussion about tourism. I grew up in a touristic place. Sometimes you get surprised about some prices in specific, either in specific areas or in specific commodities or services. Don't expect Albania to be the cheapest always, but as a rule of thumb, let's say it's cheaper for sure than other destinations.
No, definitely. And you've been very active since the last time we talked. I mean, if that's a lot of work behind every project.
We try our best. Let's see.
And so you're now the team. It's always 2 people, and then you collaborate with external offices. This is how you
Yeah, I mean
do it.
full time. It's mostly me at this moment, and then depending on the project, there are people that are either part time or let's say they get engaged on the phase, and then we also have people that are from the side of City Foster that sometimes in some projects we work together. So it's a bit like yeah, it's a bit like a cloud, right? Everything now is like a cloud.
That's
We're in
good.
the age
That's
of
the new
cloud.
way of working. That's sort
Yeah.
of like fluid and yeah.
Yeah.
That's
I think
cool.
that yeah, that we have been doing that for long, and I think it's very interesting because that also doesn't give a typical relation of employer and the employee.
Mhm.
I think that's a bit problematic in terms of creativity. Once you are an employee, then you either expect to get instructed or you are getting instructed anyway, and that is a bit like killing the spontaneity, curiosity, all that elements that you can exclude, but then your end result is not going to be either experimental or very creative. So I think
Hmm.
How do
Yeah.
you deal with the of course, as you said, there is this side of being more spontaneous and more entrepreneurial, because I mean it depends on you. But how do you deal with the uh, big uncertainty, so to say? Also connected with your private life. You have a son, family, and of course the cash flow when you're independent. It's very yeah, floating, so to say. Have you learned by now to deal with this, or do you have maybe some strict budgeting technique or something like that?
yeah, to be honest, it's that's what I've been thinking most of the time the last year or 2 years. It's a bit like how do you rationalize the business plan or the feasibility of the whole office and project thing. But I also have a bit of internal resistance because when you get a bit more experience, or at least in this age that I operate now, you definitely know what you don't like. You are not sure what you like, but you definitely know what you don't like. And the path of making it rational and feasible, it's not necessarily one that will keep it creative. And I don't know. I always saw architecture as a passion, not so much as a profession, let's say. And it was good so far, where, as you say, like life costs were lower and we were more flexible. But moving forward in a lifestyle which is a bit more restricted and with bigger expenses, it has to be a bit more feasible, but at the same time stay creative. So I'm not sure how we're gonna do it, but it's a brainstorming, let's say, period, thinking about it a lot, how to secure and future-proof the office in terms of finances and everything, but still keep its original core idea, which was always collaborating in a non-conventional way and coming up with concepts that are not necessarily profitable, but that they bring something in architecture. So I'm not really sure, but it's something that we have to figure out moving forward.
No, maybe as we were talking before with Eric, there are these new ways of financing things like NFTs, Patreon, stuff like that. Maybe there will be more. There is now the Metaverse. I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe there's something that also. I think if this Metaverse thing becomes, I have to understand it better, because so far I have to understand exactly what are the advantages of the Metaverse.
Well, the metaverse has to find itself first. I think everybody is experimenting with that at the moment.
No, I was mentioning in some other talks I've had on Twitter and in some rooms about the topic, is that for me the metaverse makes sense if it's like sort of a social media where you own a piece of that social media where you're completely independent and you can do whatever you want. Then you can, and it can be more interactive, so to say, so that instead of now we're watching us on a screen, being in this virtual room, virtual reality, where we are one step further, more interacting with each other, despite not having to fly or travel. And in that situation, for example, building the environment will be the important part. And it will be very interesting because you won't have all the rules like statics and materials. You can do crazy stuff out of everything. So that would be something interesting.
Yeah, I think what every kind of idea or like the metaverse that doesn't have a dimension of the physical world, I think it's a bit problematic, because I mean, I saw the whole video of Facebook when they released the metaverse and the whole idea. I think it's like, yeah, if you want to get entertained in the digital realm, you can play video games with VR and you're gonna be very entertained. And once you shut it off, you go to the physical world, and then that's what happens there. I think that's most important. So for me, like, yeah, the avatar, the metaverse, going into rooms, buying digital properties. I don't know. I played Sims when I was very young, so I got excited back then for those ideas. Nowadays, I don't know. Let's see. It's definitely a very interesting topic, or very interesting. The whole VR technology, I think it's also interesting for us in architecture. But for me, I don't see anything groundbreaking or radical or transformative for the society, and in that sense, I'm not very excited for now. But yeah, why not?
We'll see where it goes, because I think that still has to be shaped. So it's really, I think it's too early to say.
I think everything is like. No, go ahead.
No, I think my only expectation is the only thing that I don't really expect. I don't expect much innovation from Facebook, to be honest, or from the Meta. I think they are an oversaturated kind of centralized corporation.
But that's why they're trying to attract businesses that are going to bring the innovation to make something out of it. The last I heard was that Zuckerberg was, for example, in Italy, in Milano, and he was talking to a lot of fashion houses, because the fashion sector is something that they're playing with the metaverse intensely at the moment. But but most businesses and most companies are like, okay, what are we supposed to do with it? What are the possibilities? How can we also monetize it, or how can we, bring people to go there, and what are they supposed to do there, etc. And I think that those are all the questions that are being played with at the moment. But I don't think the innovation is going to come from Facebook or Meta. I think they're giving sort of the space and like, hey, tell us, what do you want?
Yeah, I think that's the problem when you become so big and corporate. Like you don't hope to bring innovation, to create innovation anymore. You just look to buy it around, and anything innovative, when you buy it, then it's not so innovative anymore, because you're gonna also bring your rules into that, and then you contaminate it, and then you break its original formula. So
we'll see.
Yeah, but I think I saw like there are more probabilities that Microsoft is gonna innovate on the metaverse rather than Facebook, because Microsoft has been in the gaming business through Xbox and for a long time. So maybe on that front we can see something happen there.
Maybe
yeah,
we'll see. It's still unclear.
No, it will be interesting, and it's something to be understood. But maybe, like, you can. It's been talked a lot around that architecture offices make a lot of projects that never get built and never get out there, never get realized. and you can sell basically like the whole stock of plans and drawings as an NFT to someone else and say, now you're the owner of this project. You can, if you want to implement it later on, you own it. So I don't know, there are options. There are always options. So I think, I don't know, for me it's always understanding something, how it can be used. And everything is like a tool. Like you can use a hammer to hurt someone, but you can use also the hammer to build something up. So I don't know, I have to understand how the tool can be used or not, and then I can evaluate if it's good or bad, independent from what is my feeling about it. I don't know, sometimes you cannot stop the flow of the world, right? So even if you don't get uncomfortable with some things that are maybe silly, then you have to adapt anyways, because otherwise you're a little bit like, if you were without any kind of social media, any kind of online presence nowadays, you would be cut off from so much. So I think in the future, if this is the direction, we'll have to adapt somehow.
Yeah, and I think I now remembered actually. But now that you said that, I remember also the promotion from Metaverse was a bit like you can be anyone you want in the
Oh,
you can have your
yeah.
avatar. You can make your space anyone. I think we are a bit we are now much more experienced on the social media kind of realm. We got excited initially with Facebook, then we had Instagram. I think people are getting a bit tired mentally and psychologically of being someone else, or at least not being able to distinguish who is who and what is real and what is fake. I think the opposite is kind of true. People don't. I think we now want more and more to be ourselves, and it's not really possible because everything is like pointing on the different direction. It's not so cool to be yourself. It's not so cool to just accept where you live or to show. And there are here in Netherlands there are big housing problems. Of course, with the refugee crisis in Ukraine, there are like I think it will be interesting to see more. Or I think that will happen inevitably, where people will be more and more rejecting those kind of platforms that want you to be someone else, or to want you to show that you are someone else and make you embarrassed of who you are and where you live and what's your context. And I think that's one of the parameters that they either have to consider significantly. And of course, when you're talking about Meta owning Facebook and Instagram, everything about the image, everything about the I think it was also not their original aim or their original goal. I think originally was to connect people and have them share. So that was one of the aspects that I think bothered me a lot in the discussion about the metaverse. We need less avatars and we need more, embracing who we are and being ourselves. I think that's important.
Yeah, and then figuring out who we are even. I mean, there's a whole generation of children growing up, and I recently heard on a different podcast, this the host was asked by her niece. She's like, I think she was 11 or something. Oh, she's so frustrated. She doesn't know what her brand is. And the host was like, you're 11, figure out who you are first, and we'll see if it's necessary to be a brand or not, or everything. So we have a whole generation of kids or young people that don't even know who they are, and that just have a problem with these things. And then the other issue is, how do you trust in the metaverse? I mean, how do you even trust on social media? Like you said, are these real accounts or fake accounts or news or information? What happens to the trust between people when it's fully digital? It's like, what is the currency that proves that trust or that relays it? I think that's another discussion that's going to be very, very interesting in the future.
I've really enjoyed after the post lockdown. I really enjoyed human interactions again. Like you talk to people one to one, and you see that there is depth in their character. I mean, you exchange like few words, and you are already intrigued by how someone thinks, what is different to you, and what they have to say. And I think we are more surprised because we did have to be in that long lockdown for a long time, but also because we are so much into our phones, that
Yeah.
And no
yeah.
mask. I don't know how it is in the Netherlands, but like for
Yeah.
me, seeing since they stopped the mandatory mask in the supermarkets here, I started going without. So the first days they were like people looking at you like with the eyes of you are an assassin, and and then there are other people without mask that they were see you too, and they were like, hey buddy. Hi. So like how do I explain to other people that I'm triple vaccinated and everything? And yeah,
Well, in the future, it's just going to be like a little icon over you that has like 3, little stars. It's going to levitate over you. It's then going to be AR. People are going to hold the phone or something, and they'll be like, "Oh, I can go that near that person. He has 3 badges."
Yeah,
No.
exactly. I think I noticed there's a super nice comedy in Netflix, a French comedy about the lockdown and everything.
Yeah, I saw that one too. Yeah.
Yeah, I just didn't want to see it. I saw the trailer and it looked very nice. I just couldn't see the movie because it was so much. Like we
Too
went through
close.
that. Yeah. Maybe in some years I will be able to see it.
Yeah, I felt the same way. It's funny. I felt the exact same way. I was like, oh, it's just too close to that.
It's not
just
funny.
happened. No, yes, exactly. It's not funny
More
yet.
painful than fun. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And then I was thinking growing up, for example, we see so many war movies, for example, that are based on real wars or real events. Then I was thinking like those people that were fighting in those wars, and they really lost people or lost their mental health, that then they had to be reminded of it through movies that would be coming year after year or decade after decade. And if you've not been there, it can be a fun movie, it can be an educational, but if you've been part of that, then it must be very hard to see it. And
there is this movie Fury. It's also like a war movie with Brad Pitt, and they're with a tank in the Second World War, and they're coming from France to Frankfurt, and like the whole movie you cheer for them, right? Because they're like coming to liberate and they're killing people. And then I ask like I figured out, I asked some of my friends like that are Germans, I was like, how do you watch this movie? Because literally everybody's cheering against what was your country back then. So there are certain things that are weird to see represented in a entertaining way, so to say.
There are many movies with Brad Pitt loving to kill the Nazis. No, I've lost the count. They're all kind of nice, but I think
maybe he has that on his CV. Special capabilities.
Maybe. But he's so
Germany,
good. He's so good in killing Nazis in movies. I think it fits him so nice that role.
like there are often people when they get frustrated, I don't know, with something, or especially at work or in front of the screen. I hear sometimes in the background here in Germany, like 9999, and I always think about that movie. It's such a bad thing that I always think about that movie and I have to laugh. But here it's super bad to being ironic on that period of time. So I had to learn that the hard way and keep my thoughts for myself, so to say.
Yeah. I mean, Nazism was not Germany necessarily. Fascism was not Italy necessarily, and so on. I think even when we're talking about Russia now, you have to be a bit careful, because you can imagine that the people of Russia, they are also in a very difficult position. They cannot express themselves freely. They cannot protest. They cannot even have access to truth, or to, let's say, not to news and information that is not filtered through the. So there's so much you can do sometimes in such conditions where authoritarian, let's say, power is just not giving you many options, and just not making it clear even what options are, or which direction is leading towards something that is better or more honest, or so. And I can imagine also Russian people that are against this whole. They are they are also in a very difficult position. But so I have
No,
a lot of
yeah.
Russian friends and a lot of Ukrainian friends, and yeah, it's a very peculiar situation when the political sort of initiative or the political advances and the military ones are not really. They didn't really go through a referendum, no. So I don't know. Also, the mandate of Putin. He definitely didn't have this mandate to do this, but that's why the whole operation is authoritarian, and it's all wrong from the very beginning.
No, totally. It's a very complex situation. I mean, yeah, it's a very complex situation, but if you start through different steps, like the first step is, okay, I cannot understand anyone that decides to go starting a war, whether it's America or Russia or any other country. To me, in the day and age we're living right now, there should be always some sort of dialogue and some sort of diplomatic solution. And then afterwards you can go on different levels and check, okay, like this is the first thing, and then the different levels, of course, they have a lot of nuances, as you said, and you cannot generalize, and I'm definitely against that. But yeah, it's like a very complicated topic. Like it's not simple. There are a lot of it's not so simple. You cannot say. You can say only that the side that's starting the war, it's of course in the sense of the people that are in the decision making, of course, are wrong. And then after that, of course, there are some regular Russian people that are for the war. There are regular Russian people that are against, and it's very complex to understand a certain society, right? So it's like a living organism, and you don't know. Yeah, it's very complicated. And it develops across different generations, I think.
I just have to say that I'm really excited with the resistance that that the Ukrainians show, and I think it's also very very exciting the whole global, let's say, support and solidarity. I think hopefully this can be somehow the last war that could be avoided. Of course, when you're talking about war, but being
Yeah, that's the
the
question.
first war that is exposed to the social media, and it's like so global and so profound, and looks completely out of place. It kind of, I mean, Harari was saying, like, in the past, for since ever, let's say, peace was considered just like a temporary absence of war. So it's only like in this super tiny time frame of our whole timeline that actually it seems like war is a temporary interruption of peace. So I think overall that makes us, at least we should feel very lucky as a generation, or as a moment in time, where we have advanced so much that we consider that this war is just so so unnecessary. Like in every moment in the past, it was like war was just a normality. But you can see, like, with this global solidarity and the whole sanctions and the whole kind of assistance, it kind of renders war almost like it's a bit hard to understand what Russia is winning out of all this thing, and it's so easy to understand what it's losing. So I think if we move into this direction, we can kind of create a collective sort of resistance towards against war moving forward in the future. But we should be able to be more proactive. So in this case, of course, nobody imagined that this would happen, but we can show this solidarity more proactively in the future in the other occasions where these wars can be even not. Nobody would dare to do such wars because they would already feel the opposition, let's say.
Well, I understand what you're saying, and I do agree. On the other hand, there are still areas in the world where there is war going on and just doesn't stop going on, and it's just a normality. And so I think what this reminds me is that this specific conflict and war is very close to home, so it feels like much bigger. If I think of the conflicts in South America or in the Middle East, they felt so far away, even though they're still happening partly. So I don't know. I think, yes, global solidarity and support, but it's still shown that there's a 2-tier or a 3-tier status ladder, and that because this is happening in the EU and Russia is involved and the US is not involved but has commented on it, it's sort of like a bigger problem or a bigger issue than other conflicts or atrocities, for example, in the Middle East. So I think it's a really big discussion. There's so many facets and perspectives to be taken. But this one is definitely very close to here. I mean, extremely close. You mentioned the refugees. It has economical impact. It has, business impact too. I mean, it has personal impact. It's just really close.
No,
Guys,
definitely.
you will excuse me if we close it here because I do have to go to pick up my son.
Oh no, definitely.
No, we went even overboard because we were having so much fun.
I could definitely sit for another 2 hours. That's for sure. But
no, let's stay in touch. We definitely don't want to keep you away from your son. Irgen, thank you very much for spending time with us on a Sunday, and we'll see you around soon. And you're always welcome back to come back and share more of your beautiful projects, and also bring on some of your collaborators and partners.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Good luck
Thank you,
with the
Irgen.
next 100, and
Thanks.
keep in touch.
Bye.
Bye.
See you.
Every time I say bye, I'm like almost clicking to leave. It's like every time it's like, nope, that's not for me.
Yeah, let's share a little bit of the Discord. If someone wants to join us for.
So we just have 10 minutes on there because at 4 Tudor is joining us.
Yes, so we're having a short break.
Yeah, I think let's do a short little mini break.
Yeah.
You have it open. Super.
So we have the Discord. So if you guys want to chat with us, just join the Discord. You can see also here the rules of the server. And if you're not on Discord yet, we suggest you to have like an account, because it's thing now, kind of. And we're going to be having a 10 minutes break before the next guest comes. So stick around, and we're starting at 4 with Tudor Vasiliu from the Panopticon, Romanian office for architectural visualization. As I mentioned in the beginning of the live, unfortunately, Fabio Palvelli had a problem, so he won't be able to make it to the stream. But we will be having on then afterwards Arturo Tedeschi. And I think it's going to be a quite long live, as we're over almost at 3 hours now. So yeah, it will be interesting. And yes, hope to see you around for 4 o'clock. And now a little break.
Okay, so I am back already. And up next, Georgi has here the Discord server. And we started this, I think, 2 weeks ago now. And we wanted to provide a space for you creatives to connect, or for us creatives, and we have different rooms in there. We have a networking room, and we have a room for career talk, where our episode 99 is in there with Stefan Drew, which has some pretty cool tips as well. My favorite quote from that is, the email is the cover letter, which he very emphatically put into play. And we want to, what we thought with the server was, with the Discord server was, because we've always thought this is supposed to be about community and about sharing, and it's not just about us just talking into space, but actually connecting and learning from each other. And this is sort of one step for us to provide you a platform if you'd like to use it to really share some things. There's also a channel in there for open collaboration. We are going to be posting, hopefully in the future, some events. For example, this live episode. And depending on how this episode goes, maybe we'll do more lives. We're not sure yet. We're still kind of talking about that. And yeah, so we're just getting started with it. We're still experimenting. We're still playing with a few of the functions and with Discord in general. So any things that you have, that you'd like to see there, or contributions that you have, then feel free to really ping us. We're both with our own personal accounts in there as well under the TCI team. So yeah, we really look forward to that. And we are also going to be posting some of our own personal tips as well and sharing that into the group. So yeah, then as we get ready for Tudor, who we invited up next in our live 100th episode, why don't we, let me see if I can stop sharing that. Okay, I can't. Well, that's no problem then. So in the YouTube chat, in the comments, you can see the link to the Discord server if you'd like to join on there. Yeah, and the more the merrier. Exactly. So, Eric has the question what the address is. It has an automatic redirect, creativeinsider.com/discord, Eric. So if you just put that in there, it automatically redirects to the Discord channel. We thought it would just be easier because the Discord channels have this weird combination of letters and numbers. But why don't I check the server? What our weird letter and number combination is. As you can see, we're still playing with this. There you go. Okay. And this is, I'm posting this now in the comments, the Discord direct channel. Okay, I hope if everybody sees that. Okay. So, I am going to tune out for another 2 minutes, and then I'll be right back. And at 4, we are welcoming Tudor.
There we are. We're back. Starting in a couple of minutes with the next guest, Tudor.
Yep.
He needed a little break after this very long marathon of conversations, and we have a couple more ahead of us. Désirée is
Yes,
back too.
2 more. I have to say, time flies much faster than I thought.
Yeah, that's what happened in 99% of the cases. But
Yeah,
Yeah.
I noticed that sometimes. It's like 2 hours. It's like, where is he? What is he doing so long?
yes, it goes fast. So I think we are ready to add the next guest. As I said, Tudor Vasiliu from the Panopticon in Bucharest. Hi, Tudor. How are you?
Hey guys, can you hear me? You guys hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear.
All right. This is like plug and
Pro
play, Power 3K, this StreamYard thing.
Yes.
We always get to do tests 1 month before, tests 2 weeks before, tests 2 hours before.
We don't do
Start
tests.
the test, guys.
No, we don't. We did one test yesterday evening.
Oh,
Sounded good.
Anybody had any trouble entering or staying in? Never did anyone have to go to the bathroom at least?
Oh, actually, we did just take a 5-minute break just now. We
Okay.
did do that.
What are you having, Georgie? Hope
And
that's
we
not
don't-
rum.
That's just water. I'm taking small sips so that I don't have
like
to go
rum
to the
to me.
bathroom.
Yeah, me too. I got a smaller cup just to not be tempted.
But in the meanwhile, you got a very nice setup for video conversations. I mean, you had already the microphone since we talked last time, but I think now you have some fancy camera, don't you?
It's my old DSLR Nikon. That's become a webcam. It's the ultimate humiliation for a
for a camera, you mean?
DSLR. It's my
No.
I don't know, 2,000 euro webcam, or I don't know how much I pay for it, but it's doing a pretty good job. People seem to be impressed. So
It looks
No,
like a
yeah.
pro setup.
yeah,
No, it
thanks.
looks good.
Thanks.
Definitely.
You guys look super pro as well. So
I'm
I
using my
envy-
phone.
I
I figure out I can
envy
use the
that
phone.
mic of yours. That's and no USB connection. You've
What
gone
is
to the next level.
Oh
Your
yeah,
mic.
I have. Yes. But I think I had this set up last time we talked. I don't know. Yeah. Well,
Well,
at least more improvements.
I can still envy it, right? I keep on envying it.
Yeah.
So are you
Yeah.
guys? Episode 100.
Episode 100. Yeah, we wanted to reconnect with people like you that have been very impactful on the podcast, but somehow since last time we talked, we haven't had you on again. So we wanted to check on you. How are you doing? How is the Panopticon?
This is humanitarian. How are you?
No, but
How are you?
the last time was so I mean personally I don't know, it was so
Quite a while ago.
yeah, so impactful, the conversation with you. It was so on many different levels, not only professional but also the whole approach on things. And
Why? What did I say?
no,
Something wrong?
not something wrong,
No,
the
no.
opposite, something
Did I make
nice.
you question the purpose of life?
No,
there's no
it
purpose of life, no point
it
in
was
life.
more on the
What is there?
approach. This is your website, Vision of the
Oh
Future.
God. Okay.
How
damn.
you have been doing? And
The bragging was that with that prize we got when we were kids.
No, is
Like
it
30
a long
years
time
from
ago? A
It's
prize
been a
is
long time.
forever. It's like an
You know, when I
Oscar.
think about it, there's no, I cannot include the 2 years of COVID into anything when I'm thinking like, when did I last see that film, or when did I go there, or when did we last meet? It was like a year ago plus 2. Okay.
Yeah, we count time before
Crazy.
pandemic, now before the war, after the war. I'm like I
Let's
go
drink to that.
sometimes. I
Let's drink to
say
after the war.
I say remember how nice it was when it was just a lockdown.
Wow, yes. I mean, right now like everyone in maybe Europe is thinking, nukes. Sounds like I hear that every day. Or
You
the
you
threats,
have
they're
some.
like you know, the next, it's the nuke is the new black.
Oh,
Yeah, for
I
me,
hope
it's the word inflation. It's like inflation this,
yeah.
inflation that. Yeah, it's like,
What about deflation?
yes, well, still waiting on that.
Hasn't come up yet.
No, not at all.
No, it's like it's like game of something, games of whatever. We don't even know what we're playing here. I mean, yeah.
How is the situation over there in Bucharest? You're very close to the war zone, so to say. I've seen also some other people in Romania starting hiring Ukrainians that have moved. I think a lot of people moved to Romania from Ukraine, right? Or it's
Yeah,
not so
for
many?
sure. Yeah, poor people. What can they do? Where can they go? It's they have to go through Moldova first, and then since Moldova is quite it's closer. That's all I would say. They come here, and obviously lots of women and children down here. So yeah, it's a tragedy. I don't know. I mean, the situation so far has been stable. We're following the news, or at least what comes our way. Twitter is kind of super active and close to what's going on there. You have people that are on the front, tweeting all the time, or whatever they can, or they feel it's safe to tweet about. So for me personally, that has become I've been checking on what's going on in Ukraine ever since day one. Since I have friends who are still there, or they left during the first day when they were still able to leave. But maybe I just know one guy who left, and he had a British passport, so it was easy for him. But ever since the first rocket struck, there was just, I don't know, maybe 6 to 10 hours to take off, since they closed all the borders. So I've been kind of glued to Twitter and Telegram. There are some channels where people kind of take over the tweets and comment on them. And yeah, it's crazy what's going on. I'm talking to people over there, and can't believe what I'm what I'm looking at, what I'm hearing, what they say. So
yeah, I think must be weird when your country is involved in something like that. And in general, the whole thing sounds so stupid to everyone who has a little bit of brain in their head, because we have so many other issues as humanity in general, and the after effects of this thing, it's gonna be even bigger because of the food supply chains that are gonna get disrupted, and So it's crazy.
Yeah, it is. When you know people over there, you tend to kind of get more involved. So I'm a bit more empathic to some problems or some people's reactions. So I kind of tend to get more involved in the realities or the new realities, and try to help. I tried to help as much as I could, but there's not much you can do, and sometimes it seems it's so strange that we are just a border away from over there, and in a way not involved actually. So maybe that's also a good sign, since there is some support from this part of the world to what's going on down there, and the conflict has been contained in a way, which I don't know. I mean, for now, it seems for when it started, it seemed unlikely. You try to not remember what happened in the previous world wars and those kinds of situations, and extrapolate and go into some pessimistic outlook, because it's future has not been written yet. So we just I personally hope that this future will be one where the mistakes of the past will not be repeated, and there's going to be enough reason, let's say, in the people involved to just calm things down and go into something that doesn't involve killing people.
How is the sentiment in Romania in general? Because I was telling that before, that in Bulgaria, the people are very divided because of the past. That I don't know. That we have a lot of this. They call them fifth columns, right? These media venues where they're basically camouflaged Russian media, and also the 50 years or more communism, where the history in books for Bulgarians has been rewritten, plays a role too. How is the sentiment in Romania towards the whole situation? Are there also, is there a big division with some people that saying that Russia is right, or is it rather clear majority in one direction?
It's difficult to say. I mean, if you look at the fifth page tabloid, you will start, or the Facebook internet, which is a parallel universe in the internet, or the internet in general, you would probably notice the other side of the story, where what's happening is the right thing, and all of that. And if you talk to normal people, you would understand that if you have a brain of at least one neuron, you have to be you have to understand that's not the way to do things. So I'm not the expert in in statistics, and I don't follow the we tend to follow the news that we're interested in. So I'm not following news per se, but I'm following the situation that comes from the closest sources to the problem situation, I would say. And I really don't care what people think down here. What I care about is, if there's a large trend that kind of tends to throw us under the bus of this conflict, or to involve us because some parts or some interests are going to have to make the wrong decisions, then I'll probably get more interested. But you have this type of media that misinforms on what's going on, and it's just plain lies as far as we're concerned. You have those in all countries across Europe and everywhere else. So I would ask what's going on in Germany, what's the sentiment there, and you would get divided people, and then you would get them in France. So there's a large movement in Europe, and that's possibly what I would be more careful with, which country is led by which kind of mental direction or political preference of being pro or con certain countries or certain aggressor, let's say. So it's really hard to say, but the people I know and the whole kind of sane media is on the right side, I would say. And seeing the atrocities, I don't think, even the the guys who think this war is justified, I don't think they actually want to be on the wrong side.
No, yeah, and it's a very 3D chess subject, even more than 3D chess subject. So but I agree. We were talking about this, that nowadays it's because of media have political and economical interests because of how the business model works. It's difficult to understand. Like you don't pay for the media, for the news. You pay for just the entertainment, and for you don't pay the service. You get this commercials and stuff which influences things, and we're going towards this more decentralized ways of information and of everything, where you start looking at every single source, and you decide to evaluate it on the long term, if it's a good one or not a good one. Like, for example, I inform myself through different not social media channels here on YouTube, which they're made by historians and military experts that explain the situation in a much deeper way than, for example, what you're going to see on the news. And then so far, what they have said a month ago, it has happened. So I can say, okay, they're reliable sources, and it's rather, don't get any other news from the actual news. It's nothing that you can rely on. It's some sort of gossip, politics, or stuff like that. It's nothing based on facts, or no fact checking and so on.
Yeah, it's in the moment. It's sort of like a snapshot of the moment of what the sentiment is, and that's then published in some kind of way.
Yeah. What I really fear is this power of persuasion of these social networks and the cookie, the internet cookie that marks you for your preferences, and kind of triangulates that with what Google and Facebook and all the others have gathered about you, and how prone are we to misinformation by being targeted. And you really have to ask yourself like 50 times when you see something, is that a targeted piece of information just for me, and made to kind of slowly channel me into believing something at some point, or is it like a fact? And we cannot really be sure of the reliability of these pieces of information when we are on Facebook, Twitter, all of these social networks, or wherever else on the internet. So I don't know. You kind of, even the direct tweets that come from a certain place, it's the whatever that person has seen, interpreted, and understood. It's not the actual fact itself.
Yeah.
So there is a dose of personal touch out there. So I've always tried to keep a balanced look on things and not get too involved in the first few seconds. But and I was also preoccupied with stuff like how's this affecting our industry as well. I mean, for us, it's Ukraine and Russia are two countries where some of the best artists live in large amounts, live and work, and how are they coping with it, and who can still work nowadays? Is it okay for you to work with some of them, or can they? I don't know. Do they still have accountants for their businesses, or how do they keep paying for their food? That's interesting.
Yeah, it's crazy how it's become a very business discussion as well. It's like it's really about picking sides, and you have to. It's not only okay. I'm a business. I'm going to be neutral, and there's a war going on. No, that's not how it works anymore. You have to really see, okay, what does this also mean for my partners that partner in the business with me? And it's on the one hand, like you say, the experts and the professionals. On the other hand, clients as well that are going to have certain expectations, maybe, of you.
Yes, Georgi, I'll come up after you.
No, the thing is that I agree with you that by these economical sanctions and sanctions in general, there are people hit, as you said, for example, some Russian artists that are great at work, that cannot collaborate with basically Western companies or companies that agree or countries that are agreeing to the sanctions. But on the other side, if you don't do the sanctions, you're financing even more the war, and so it's sort of a bazooka, and that's it. You blow everything. You cannot hit only the big one.
Yeah, you're hitting everyone, and I think the leadership does not represent the will of the sane people in that country. It's completely the opposite, regardless of what they choose to believe. And I personally admire a ton of 3D artists over there in both countries, and not just in those countries, but also in others across Eastern Europe. And it's very cynical, the situation. And I know companies that were employing a lot of people in both countries and are unable to work with them at the moment, especially the Russian ones. And the Russian people down there are just ordinary, normal people like you and us. So, what we can do is indeed maybe help out, and hire or collaborate with people down there. And I've been thinking about it, not doing. We haven't had anyone yet. But and there was a thing I wanted to mention earlier. There was a company in the UK, I guess, wrote to us. We've been collaborating with this Ukrainian studio for years, and they've been doing awesome work. But now, since the situation kind of emerged, we're looking for a new partner. How about you? Are you interested?
Yeah, that's exactly the thing. It's like everybody's going into black-white mode. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Like you're Ukrainian, you have that stamp. You're Russian, you have that stamp. You're all the other EU countries, you have that stamp.
Another thing was that they gave us the, supposedly the fees that those guys were charging, and they were shit. Which takes us to another conversation where why would they charge so little and so forth? But let's not mix things. But that was cynical, and that was a sign of there's a large game of power that can just wipe you instantly as a business, just because you're on the wrong barricade. And we said no, sorry, we cannot afford to work like that. But I don't know how many choose not to risk their business or collaborations because those guys are basically unsafe.
But isn't it this like a call for like seen on a perspective of what you can do in your daily life? Isn't it this like a call for action for everybody to try to do their best in their circle in order to work for a better society in general, so that the one in the leadership position can take the right decision? By that I mean, like, for example, Romania and Bulgaria have a very close culture somehow, and also all the Eastern European countries somehow have a very close culture. And I think that, for example, new companies within, whether it's the architectural field or Archviz, should set a better tone within the company. And as you said, for example, you care of not accepting some shitty fees projects in order to be able to pay your employees, or maybe be able to ensure that they go home, not work 24/7, or like, again, giving this balance. And after you set a certain positive tone, these people have their own standard, have their own expectations from everyone else to be more humane, so to say, and they become also, in my opinion, more compassionate, because if you're a normal person, if you feel good, you want your next to feel good too somehow. So isn't it this like a lesson for, like, instead of going in a too big scale where we cannot affect much, but we can affect like our own scale to provide like the positive culture at, for example, work or in your daily life, so that, and then on a big scale, it's avoidable that somebody gets on power and stays there and gets completely corrupt by it, and it ends up into this nonsense decision.
Not just the Archviz industry is facing this. I mean, companies that I've heard of, I've heard of good things, not bad things. I'm not, the example I gave was just, some kind of twisted reality where it's as if we had just pushed the wrong button and we're in the wrong universe or the wrong dimension. What happened to the good one where we were at before? But for sure, we all should, as an industry, between brackets, I would say, is this an industry? I don't even know. I mean, since we were part of the credit revolution thing, that kind of, changed a few things, but didn't, change the status quo, because you need to work on that for years. I always compare, or we also always can compare with the photographers or with the graphic designers, but at least the photographers managed to get their credit out there. or there's retribution, and there's people getting sued. But this should be one of those things where we, as a very, very tiny industry, we try to help, at least now, and we try to lift ourselves up instead of making this a zero-sum game, which still happens. And I don't know who's going to do that, because we're all busy working. We're not very good at managing things or creating billion-dollar and even million-dollar businesses. So who's gonna do that? I'm really wondering. Some companies are doing really well, and they take advantage of these smaller fees practiced by artists in Eastern Europe. And what are they going to do about it? Except, creating a very nice work environment. I'm not trying to point fingers at anyone, but I mean, it's, in a way, it's easy. It's easy to try and do something humane for this, place on Earth, when you're not busy trying to pay for your next day, or to pay your bills, as you were saying. So we can have that power if indeed we recognize the value of our service and communicate that to the clients. And usually, these clients, they should afford our services. Our high priced fees that need a ton of stuff to work on, like software and hardware, which is truly very expensive. Salaries have gone really up in the past few years, so you're not going to be able to afford to hire people from anywhere. Hiring across borders is also extremely difficult, and we tried that, but we realized, oh my God, it's so many things you need to fix or arrange to do something like that. So we should try to support many things, not just people, not just countries, but in this case of Ukraine, it would be really interesting to learn more about how these people are managing to pay their bills from day to day. The guys that have relocated from the west, from the east to the west of Ukraine, that are currently safe. I know a guy in Odessa. I was talking to him just before the podcast, and he was getting bombed a few days ago, but still working. So he was just hoping his place would be still intact while he was in the basement of some larger building in the parking lot.
No, I talked to one guy that it's more involved into parametric architecture. He was like a teacher at the Technical University of, I think, Kharkiv, or one of those
Kharkiv.
first city that got super bombed in the beginning. And he left, and then we were texting because I wanted to, bring on people on the podcast just so that, this was my little stupid thing that I could do. And he told me, my English is not so good in spoken form, but I'm spending also a lot of time working these days so that I distract myself. So there are people that in this madness are, thinking, okay, let me work. So I shut off this big stuff that are going on, and it's crazy. If you like, I'm not in there, and for me it's also sometimes hard to detach from the whole situation, and I'm really impressed with this kind of people that are so mentally strong to say, okay, I'm gonna just shut off my whole brain about the war, and although they are in the country, and they will just focus on working on something. I think it's very impressive.
Yeah, it keeps you sane.
Yeah, it
You must do it. Otherwise, if you lose your focus, then you get into panic mode, and that's not good for anyone. Panic should stay out, and you should keep your mind clear. And if you can, I mean, for them and even for us, all the people who are doing work for international studios or developers or stuff like that, we are basically fueling the economies of our countries where we based our businesses. And for them, it's important. It's really important to, pay their taxes, bring in money to stay afloat, feed their country. And if they stop, the money stops coming. And it's always been like that. I mean, you could definitely choose as a studio or as a business where to place your business. Do you like your country, and would you like to see any progress down there? How about basing your business down there? If you don't like it, maybe for some reason, maybe you're seeing the wrong direction that the country is taking, you could base it somewhere else, and you could fuel the interests of that country. Yeah, Eric. Thanks for the. Wow, there's a big message. We could get if he wants to join. I'd be super stoked to have Eric on.
Yeah,
right
Eric,
now.
you are welcome back to join on again. But he's working.
Oh yeah,
he's
yeah.
busy, as you can imagine.
Yeah, he has
Eric doesn't have just one brain. He has several brains, and sometimes he only uses one for conversation, and the others are working in the background. I'm pretty sure.
And that at the age of 25, the young age of 25.
Yeah, he's still young and multitasker.
Yeah, I talked to him years ago, and he was 25 then, and he's 25 today.
Yeah, I know. I've been following him since he was 16. No, I think actually close to 17 years, maybe. I remember looking at the works from Oralab in 2005 or 6, something, or even earlier than that. We were like, "Fuck, what are these crazy people?" And then one day later,
Yeah,
it's today.
yeah,
no, we were talking about how crazy it was back in the days, because those were the first. It was a moment in history. He's impressed that you remember. He says, "Wow, you remember."
Whoa.
No, but it was the first time in history that there was a new form of creating an image, or creating there was the first people in the cave that did the first images, then paper, and then in the mid 90s, or a little earlier, but was the first years of where you had like a new form of pencil or something. If you think about it, it's crazy.
Exactly, and it's probably, I would, if I could, and do statistics or studies, but I can't. So, but who or which studio is the most copied studio in the history of Archviz? And I would argue it's Oralab. Luxicon probably is still getting copied by everybody, but Oralab impressed, I think, people for generations. They brainwashed them before Mr. Brainwash, or before. I don't know how Eric feels about it, or what was his evil plan. They're like, I'm gonna create a style that is so unique and hard to understand that people are will try to mimic it for hundreds of years.
Then I can make music.
So I can focus on good music and good drinks.
Eric, if you're listening and if you have a link to those images, send us a link so that we can show them.
Eric, we're not talking about behind your back. Sorry, we know you're out there lurking. So otherwise, we wouldn't say a word of admiration.
No, that's Eric is the biggest entertainer and the Archviz, I think.
Eric the entertainer. No, guys, but I think the thing with collaboration, in a way, our industry tends to be closed off. I mean, these entities, these studios, um, we when I started in commercial work in 2006, there was no internet, not the one that we know right now. So the information was very, very slow to go from A to B. So we thought, this is a competition. We have to learn. There was no tutorial. There's nothing. So we had to learn by doing. And architects are like that. And I think I mentioned this during our first talk. They're really like competitive and each man for himself. But for the past few years, there's been some collaborations between studios, and maybe or at least I'm hoping that the industry is changing, and I want to see more collaborations between studios. And we've tested, a bit of like cross business, cross specialty collaborations by doing films lately. So films are something that not just CGI, not just animations, which you could easily do in house, but something that involves external collaborators that are specialized into completely other things that we know and we master. So ever since then, I realized you could work with people that are not in house. I mean, I'm a control freak, so I just need to touch the image on the screen, be able to like manipulate it and do all that kind of stuff. Just so in-house was always like we do everything in-house. Collabs are very difficult, and this thing kind of changed for me, and I started looking at businesses that only do that are based on everything is remote. They don't even have servers. Everything is in the cloud. Everything is on SaaS services. So in a way, I started fueled by this war. I started thinking about how could a fully remote Archviz firm could run, and with people like everywhere, anywhere. And we definitely have the tools nowadays to be to store information as much as possible. There's no limit, and licenses could run even remotely. You could remote in from tens of from thousands of miles away, from cross continent. There's a new member of Panopticon that's in Brazil, and he remotes in through Parsec. He's really happy with Parsec. I recommend it to anyone listening. It's like you're there with 3ds Max, but so I don't know how. I've heard about other studios who can do that, but it's pretty tricky to do that when you're in my position. But it's a new thing, because you were asking me, or you told me a couple of days ago, what's been up since we last spoke. Yeah, we started working with some production studios that do green screen, and some people who do video, really nice video shoots, and drones, and stuff that kind of opened our approach to collaboration. And I'm looking forward to this approach, instead of keeping everything in our yard, and hoping to be able to involve people who may need it, or are just simply talented and we can work together. And we have a very good designer, an extraordinary designer, I would say, that we're currently working with, and he's creating incredible work for our clients. So yeah, that's a hot topic for us, and
If-
I'm hoping we could hope at least to be able to help someone in Ukraine that can still be up for work.
if you're that's a interesting subject, collaborating, and I'm also very interested into how it can work in a more collaborative way. And if you haven't been listening to the Creative Insider, I can suggest you the episode 94 with Mexican architect Michel Roykind. We
Oh yeah,
had a long conversation, and he explained how he has done collaborations because he has this small office, but they do these big projects. And so he has explained that basically it's a long story short. It's basically he tells the other offices that collaborate, let's do it. We do this part, you do this part, and then we all put our names on so that you can build up a portfolio, and everybody are in this way also highly motivated to make the best work possible. And so this is how they do it.
yeah. Sounds great. Sounds great. One of the topics is, who's the author of that work. Because we've heard about these collaborations, but I keep on seeing studios posting work that is not theirs just because they collaborated, or architects posting renderings, and you never know who the author is.
Yeah.
It's hasn't changed much. I can see why Matthew is not very optimistic about it. So you kind of need everyone to be on board and not just post that disclaimer on Instagram. Don't post our work unless you are who you are and you have the right to do so. But man, there's so much work to do. And it's a question to ask also other people in other fields. Who how do you protect your work, and how do you get credit for it?
I think it's difficult.
And NFTs is the NFTs is the answer.
NFT is the answer. There was a project in Ukraine. Some girls were had been creating some NFTs via OnlyFans, I believe. And they sold them for, or maybe I'm mixing the projects, but there was one project. Some girls had made more than 100K on OnlyFans, doing what they do on OnlyFans, and donating it to some causes in Ukraine. And there were some other projects, NFT projects, that were aiming to fund helping the people in Ukraine just by creating NFTs, and because it's so easy, and you need a cause. You need something to believe in, and what could be more powerful than help those people. So maybe that's why most of the NFTs, all the NFT projects, are really controversial, because they mean nothing. They're just means for people to make money. But if there's a project that means something, then it's worth investing in, isn't it?
That's almost true for everything, to be honest. But for NFT, yes, definitely, it is an interesting aspect to the discussion.
It is the future, and I'm not surprised Eric is. I mean, he's been talking about and being into technology for such a long time, and it's a controversial topic. People can be pro or con NFTs. I'm pretty sure it's the future. I took a few steps back ever since I managed to get Fabio to buy an iPhone to get on Clubhouse. And I passed him my notes.
And then they released it, and they released the Android version of it.
Oh yeah.
And Clubhouse is dead.
That probably happened. Hope you can get him on soon again.
Yeah,
I wanna see what he's been up to.
he had a family thing today that pop up, and that's why we're skipping this one. But we are in close contact with Fabio, so he'll be back for sure at some time.
Cool.
Well, Tudor, thank you very much for passing by and saying hi. It was super pleasant to catch up.
Thanks, guys.
I work on a daily basis with a lot of people in Bucharest because we have also collaborations there. So maybe we'll drop by and we'll see each other in the real life.
Yeah, anytime, dude. Give me a heads up.
For
And
sure.
thanks for putting up with my long, endless sentences.
Oh
I get
no!
lost in listening to myself. So
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it at all. I tend to do that too. He's used to it.
next time, I'll let you guys talk a bit about yourselves. You should definitely have a podcast just about how you did this. And actually, I saw something on YouTube where you guys were explaining what, big up for all the patience and the amazing guests you've had. Just fucking amazing, truly amazing.
Well, it's thanks to our
So
guests.
congratulations, happy 100th.
Thank
and
you.
Happy birthday.
Thank
you. Hope you get a cake.
We will do.
Thank
Thank
you.
you for being part of it and making it matter.
An honor.
Yes.
Really, truly an honor.
Thanks,
Thanks,
Tudor.
guys.
Thanks,
Talk to
Tudor.
you soon.
Bye.
Talk to you soon.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Cheers.
So here we go. We're almost over with the live stream. We're glad to welcome our last guest of the day, but not the least guest, Arturo Tedeschi, computational designer. Hello, Arturo. How are you?
Hello,
Welcome back.
guys.
Hey.
Hello. Great to see you. How you doing?
Good. How are you? Energy.
I'm fine. And I don't know. I have to say, like something like "Happy Birthday." We need to invent a new definition for 100 parts. I don't know how to say. So anyway, congrats for this great achievement.
Thank you.
Thank you, Arturo, and thank you for making time in your busy schedule for this catching back. I've been following you since the last time we talked, without disturbing too much. But I'm always impressed with the pace with which you work and the stuff that you do, and they're always so impressing to me. The last thing I've seen on your Instagram was that we gotta wait for a Domestika course soon.
Yeah.
How that happened?
Well, I basically started in 2009 by, my activity started with collecting knowledge, experience, doing researches, and then sharing them with people. So learning and sharing is part of my DNA. I really cannot get rid of it. Even if I'm, time passes and then you are very busy with projects, but it's a part of my life. And I really like the way Domestika is organizing this kind of new, I don't like to call them training. Everything is based on the teacher, not on the topics. I don't know if you are familiar with Domestika courses, but the nice part is everything is about the inspiration and how a specific tutor does things in a certain way. That's the thing that I really like. They don't want to do a kind of vertical teaching, direct teaching, which is you have to do parametric design like this. This is the rule. This is the right way to do things. It's just I do things in this way. So I really like their approach. I like the team behind the platform. And so we started this conversation about doing something for a wide, let's say, audience. And I cannot say more, but of course, everything, my collaboration is something about parametric design. But that's, I guess, it's pretty obvious.
No.
But I saw, like, a part of you. There are also other people that were that were on the podcast that did a Domestika class, and they got flown to Madrid to film it. So one thing I noticed that Domestika curates a lot how the production, so that it's it's always very professional. It's in these very nice studios. So you filmed it in Milan, or did you go to Madrid too?
It was filmed in Milano. You said right. They are more than professional, because, for example, the set is created according to suggestion by the teacher itself. So in general, you send kind of mood board or something which is, of course, related with, the color palette or the kind of material that I, for example, use in my projects, and they build the set according to that. So it's very everything is really tailored, around the teacher. That's amazing. And really, the team is super professional. I filmed in Milano. They have studios in Spain, as you mentioned, also I guess in New York and South America probably. And it's amazing also the way they, let's say, organize. They have a perfect schedule. And I'm not an actor, actually, because there is a part that you really have to, let's say, to act in the sense that you have a kind of script that I wrote, actually. But they are incredible in I don't know to say, in coordinate all in directing, like directors actually do. And I really enjoyed the experience. I guess the training will be available, I guess, in 2 or 3 months from now, more or less. I don't know exactly, but I'm really curious to see also the final cut. It was really a great experience. And as you know, guys, I come from 10 years of teaching webinars, online webinars that I organized, or they were organized by other people. But it's a different game when they organize all the things. And I really enjoyed. I guess that's probably a new way to share knowledge. And
how was it different than when you organized it? What impressed you?
Well, the main difference is that I don't know to say, the level of the details, the level of details, also the organization. When I do online training, I basically, let's say, I just follow the flow. It's like myself speaking with other people, so I do a lot of mistakes, of course, in terms of also layout. Sometimes I repeat myself, and etc. When you have a director, when you have precise script and everything is created in order to be really intelligible for so many people, it's a different game. It's a different game. Also, having a precise set that in a way set the mood of the training, of the conversation, is a different thing than staying just in front of a computer and speaking virtually with other people. It was like a movie in a way, really, with different cuts and trying to be natural, to be really to communicate with a big audience. There are webinars courses in Domestika with more than 200,000 viewers. So it's really
at one time or in total?
In total.
Oh, okay.
In total is a big number. They are not for free. They are paid courses. So it's a really big audience, and they are also translated in different languages. So great, really enjoyed the experience.
And one thing I was curious is it does it play a role that you have also like a big social media presence? Because again, we have had a couple of people that explained to us that they were doing the Domestika classes, and a part of being a big expert into your field, which of course you are, they also, I think, focus a lot also on your online presence. Is that true?
Yeah, definitely. Yes, I guess of course it's a way to expand their business, but also, I'm in a position. I wrote books, and again, I really my ambition, my aim is really reaching a wider audience, but not for narcissism. It's just because, as I said before, learning and teaching it's really a part of my DNA. And in order to not being repetitive, I really, there is something that I always avoid when I start something in my life. For example, I wrote books for 4 or 5 years, and then I change everything, and then I get rid of this part of my life, and I do things in a different way. Otherwise, I get bored of myself sometimes. So I need to find new ways for in this way for communicating with other people, and that was the right way to do it. I'm really happy with that.
I can understand that. I'm very similar. It's like at some point you sort of like you get bored of doing the same thing over and over again, basically, and you just want to sort of like trigger your brain to learn a new way of doing things, however frustrating that is at the beginning. So you're going back to being a beginner, sort of. And then, yeah, I totally understand that.
I remember last time we talked, what impressed me, what it stick to my mind, it was that I was asking you about your book, and I said, isn't it nowadays more logical to make something like a class, because it's more interactive, it's more like a book, it's a little bit less dynamic in order to what you do on the screen. And also you said that, yes, it is, but you also want to position yourself more like a designer and designer expert instead of a teacher. Is it this way through such similar platforms, a way to stay a designer? So to say, okay, I'm a designer, they ask me, so I did it. So it's more by being contacting by them, it's more like a confirmation of your expertise instead of you positioning yourself as a teacher.
Yeah, totally. As I said before, something that I really liked about the Domestika experience is that there is an important part, which is about, of course, the portfolio, what I have done in my life and in my professional life, but also the path, my life path, actually. So the beginning, mistakes, problems, how I overcame problems, how I built my learning path, and also inspirations, but not only in terms of design, but maybe music, something that was and is outside the discipline that influenced and influences me. So all these ingredients were and are like super important for me, and they make a difference, because it's not just about like teaching how the software works, and it's about a comprehensive vision on what leads someone to study computation and applying it to design, inventing new shapes and trying to solve problems, or trying to achieve beauty, as I said, as I say in my Instagram, is a kind of mission of my office. So all these things that they work together and are absolutely present in the Domestika training.
And I wanted to ask you, like, since the last time we talked, I remember this project which are seeing now for Adidas in Berlin. Was that one of the craziest one and the biggest one you've done lately? Because it looks so crazy.
Yeah,
What is
it
this
is.
exactly?
Is an installation, first of all, for a store, for the Adidas flagship store in Berlin. Is one of the biggest 3D printed installation in the world. We are talking about 17 meters sculpture, 17, suspended. So it was also complex in order to install, to create, a physical model with bears the tension of these asymmetric objects. And to me, this is a new chapter of my life in terms of career or vision, if you like, because I guess that with this project, I finally, I don't know to say, overcome the vocabulary connected with computational design and in particular 3D printing. When I say that, you can easily recognize that the word of computational design and 3D printing is about using more or less the same aesthetic elements, the same vocabulary. So we are talking about patterns, grids, lattices, and in general, the 3D printing tells a story about itself. With this project, I try to create a kind of narration. I created an installation that speaks, that talks, that tells a story. So I really get rid of my vocabulary or my limitations, my attitude, creating a nice 3D printed object that looks like the 3D printed objects. There are a lot of people that they ask me, which material or technique did you use for that? They did not recognize that this is a 3D printed object. We didn't want to show off the technology. We didn't want to show off the materials, but everything was about a story. To me, it is a kind of new species of objects that try to translate the power of digital art into physical objects. Every time when we are talking in this particular moment about, Metaverse, NFT, and etc., and we are worried about living in a digital world, or not worried, but we are just like, we have a lot of questions about the digital realm. But I guess that digital realm is already influencing the real, the physical world. And this is, to me, is is a kind of a subliminal effect. But I totally believe that this is again, a translation of the power of digital art, computer graphics, do crazy things, but in real world. So it's a kind of opposite influence. And I said, this is to me, this is the beginning of a new chapter, because I really want to get rid of all the vocabulary, the old vocabulary of three-dimensional lattices, diamond grids, something that you can see also behind me here. So in the background, I guess that computational design should meet a new dimension, which is more about communicating. It's more about telling stories, because everything today is about telling a story. Otherwise, we will stay trapped in this self-referential ontology of signs that are all the same. We are stuck in a way in 2006, 2007, when the first, Zaha Hadid or Ross Lovegrove or other masters, they started to apply this new vocabulary, but we are still there. And I see sometimes a lot of money invested in the same shape, same grids, same three-dimensional objects, and then we have to do something more. These crazy objects, I don't know if I succeeded, of course, because everything is, in progress. I never believe to express, myself with a project or to create something perfect. To me, everything is a part of of a dynamic, ongoing process. And this was just an attempt. And trust me, it was super crazy. Printing, I don't remember, they were something like 3 million cubes. They are already difficult to be modeled in a digital realm, and blend everything together, having a watertight, perfect mesh. Imagine to do it in real life. They were, I don't remember exactly, but something like 57,000 layer of printing. We use recycled materials. We used, all the FEM analysis in order to create an object which is super stable, because again, it is suspended. It's more or less 350 kilograms of material suspended. And there is a lot of science, of calculation behind it, but you don't see that. The object, it's still as static. This is something, another thing that I like to say. My objects in general, they solve the complexity in the digital space. I don't like to create objects that show screws or, again, tension, material in tension. I like to solve the complexity before, and the object, they look still in a way, without tension in material, but again, they are dynamic in terms of overall shape.
So this is like a story of the circular economy, from what I understand. It's like the fluidity that gets into objects, that gets into then bottles, and then into fibers, and then liquid, and then again and again and again.
Exactly.
Sort of.
Exactly. Yeah, we started from the Adidas communication around, of course, this topic, and yeah. So we basically, in terms of process, we created everything in a virtual way. We use different software to create this kind of computer graphic dynamic liquid object, and then we just freeze. Everything was like stopped. This process was like paused or stopped, and then we started to analyze it to understand how to improve the printing process. We worked, of course, with different experts and consultants in different fields. It was a work of about 4 or 5 months, and more or less 3 months of 3D printing.
Wow, it's really impressive.
No, I think it's very. I think for the simple eye of just the people that will go into the store, will be maybe even given for granted in a way, because nowadays we're more used to see these kind of installations. But if you're like a person from the field, you can understand the complexity. And how does a project like this happen? Did Adidas do like a competition, or did they come to you and say, Arturo, we know you're expert, we have this brief? Or because this is like something that I think it's a very complex thing to explain also in a brief for a competition, what exactly you want.
Part of the process is kind of protected by NDA, and I cannot tell everything. But
You started with NDAs.
Everything. Yeah, NDAs is the answer to the 99% of questions in the world of design. It was a kind of, let's call it internal competition. When I say internal, it does mean that there were myself and other people that collaborated somehow with the brand. And it was a kind of invitation. We presented different proposals, and this one was accepted immediately, almost. It was the impact was the reaction was, the feedback from the client was very good since the beginning. And I do believe that they really understood these this idea of really, to me, the most important part is focusing on the message, getting rid of the technology. There is a lot of technology, but it's totally hidden. And then you just see the final shape.
Yeah.
And again, the narrative, the message behind it.
Also, you don't see the joints because I don't think they printed out this in one piece, right? So
no, they were something like 18, if I remember, 18, 19 pieces, or no, maybe more. They were 22 pieces. 22 pieces. Yeah, we worked a lot in order to hide the junction. And again, it's part of what I said before. I like to solve the tension. I don't like to have an object where you can see the stresses, the stress line, the forces that I don't know to say that they work in order to destroy your piece. I like to have something which looks really still, and just dynamic in terms of global shape. And indeed, the object is like a flow inside this three-dimensional space, of course, and then it goes around the columns, around the beams, and it's really, really the final effect is incredible, I have to say. I really, when I was there, I remember when we do the lifting, where we were installing, I was also kind of scary, because it was a pretty huge object to be suspended, and it was also the proving ground of a methodology and a process that we tested over the years, actually.
Well, then when we have to go to Berlin, Georgi, to take a look at it.
Definitely, it's a highlight now for the city.
Yeah, looks really impressive. It's really beautiful.
Thank you guys.
And you've been also lately in the US. This is actually one thing that really I couldn't keep myself from texting you because I really like New York, and this year hopefully I'll manage to go visit myself.
Cool.
You went there for lectures, university. What was going on there?
I was there for a public speech and 3 days workshop at Parsons Schools of Design and Architecture. The nice part is that this lecture and also workshop was scheduled for 2020, March 2020, and it was cancelled for obvious reasons. And I was really sad because we planned that experience over the months. I was really thrilled to go there. Parsons is an amazing school, and so with COVID, was not possible to do the training and lecture again. And after 2 years, more or less, we finally made it. And to me, it is a kind of way to, I don't know to say, to close this kind of black hole and starting from scratch. It's a kind of a new birth. And I really enjoyed for this reason. I had a class with amazing students, I have to say, super curious, with like brilliant conversations and questions. We really enjoyed. I also celebrated my birthday there, and another. I mean, a lot of nice things happened during that week, and I also enjoy New York. It was not my first time there, but New York changes, constantly. It was a very beautiful experience. And again, learning and teaching, and also and doing again in person after 2 years was kind of a really thrilling emotion.
Yeah,
so that's like red thread, learning and teaching. Sorry, Georgi.
We were saying that before, that it's nice to be able to do stuff in person finally again, because despite the comfort you have when you go online as we do now, right? There are certain advantages for everybody, but it's different when it would be much nicer to be able to see each other in a room face to face. Also, there is so much more to human interaction, like body language and stuff like that, which are nice. And with all this big stuff going around, and also more and more complex work that you do because of natural evolution, are you managing to keep your office quite small, or has it grown a little bit since the last time we talked? Because I imagine that when there are such complex things, you need more support.
This is, it's always the, the most complex question, or to be precise, solving the scalability of your office is the most important thing. I decided to stay, let's say, small, because to me it's always important. I was having a conversation with a friend a couple of days ago, and we were talking about desires and goals, aims for the future. And I always say that I want to keep to save my freedom, and also to protect the authorship of my work. And you can actually, or at least I am able to manage this if I stay small. It's difficult to say to define what small means actually, but I always think that an office should be like a human being with a head, arms, hands, and etc. So a well-organized team of people. It's important. It's very important to save and keep the different roles. That's super. And sometimes it sounds trivial or easy to be done, but it's not. It's very important to protect the different spaces and responsibilities. And in general, we work with a nucleus of people. For example, one of my partner, I started working with him in 2011, more or less, and he's still here in the office. There are new guys that are coming, or that they started collaborating with us. But I always avoided to put inside the office a lot of experts in different fields, because we work in automotive, sometimes in architecture or product design, industrial design. So you need different skills and knowledge in order to face all this different, when you cross disciplines. I like to use this word. When you really surf, you cross among disciplines, you need different skills and etc. So I always I have a small cluster of people, and sometimes when we need to face a particular when we have to solve a specific problem, we just outsource specific skills. It worked so far, at least. Another important thing is what people they call the power of no. Sometimes you have to say no. It's very important to protect yourself, again, as an office or as an individual, because you cannot accept everything. It's not just about money or about growing just for the sake of growing. It's important to have, again, specific goals, and according to that, you should say, you will be able to say yes and no, in order to create, again, a story with your life, with your time. We spend as a freelancer, professional, and etc. designers, we spend probably 18 hours per day in our profession, doing meetings, project, and after, again, I have more than 10 years of career behind, and now I can actually really see, I can recognize a kind of landscape, or which is the story that I created, and I would like to do the same for the next year. So it's not only about business, but it's about keeping this kind of, I don't know to say, I call it freedom, but it expresses in a way the idea of being independent, from clients, and being independent from collaboration projects. But again, I'm repeating myself, trying to tell a story with my life.
But isn't it for you like what people would say is like would think at this point in time of your career, isn't it kind of become easy for you? Because like, I mean, of course, a part of the complexity of the project, but isn't it your brand now so strong that you don't have to take care so much about client acquisition or stuff like that, because the things that you do are so niched and complex that maybe, I don't know, how many competitors do you have? Are there so many competitors into this field?
Difficult to say. Of course, it's something that the marketing guys, they call the blue ocean. There are a few fishes in this kind of sea. So of course, it is called a blue ocean field, of course. But sometimes you can lose yourself. Just try. There are sometimes you have potential clients and they offer perspective of sometimes 3, 4, or 5 years of different projects, and sometimes they are, let's say, easy projects, easy in the sense that you can easily manage in terms of office or computation or whatever. But maybe you spend 3, 4, or 5 years without any kind of growth in terms of, again, knowledge, experience, and etc. So sometimes, so you are totally right. So I'm privileged somehow, but I always try to accept and to choose projects in terms of personal growth. So it's not easy to do this kind of decisions, because we always have this kind of I don't know, we are sometimes polarized by clients and projects that they offer growth just in terms of business, because it's easy.
Yeah.
But that works for a few years, and then you are out. We are also living in a world which is in constant change. For example, I experience an acceleration of the world of computer graphics and computation over the 2 last years, and it was like fueled and powered by the lockdowns. And so the people they had the time to study more, to do exploration in their home, and etc. And so I can clearly recognize there is an explosion of different tools, artists, and new people that are able to do something that was impossible to be done 5 years ago. So you need to be constantly aware of the new tools and new methodologies out there. So if you just focus on business, you will be out in 5 years. This is also a strategic vision.
But I think that's a very important point, because most businesses, no matter if they're small or really, really big, they forget that you should invest a certain higher percentage in research, development, innovation. Those words I know suck, but in that, like you say, in growth of the art or the craft or the skill that is necessary. And I think especially for small businesses, it's really hard to make that decision. Okay, am I going to take this project which gives me the stability of my business and the futureness over the next 2, 3 years or 5, 6, like you said, or am I going to say no and take the harder path? But then maybe in the long run, create an edge because I keep growing and investing in myself or my small team of expertise. Yeah. I totally agree with that.
Exactly. How much time do you spend into exploring new stuff and new techniques and new technologies? And what are things that Arturo Tedeschi doesn't know about this stuff?
Well, something that changed probably in the last 3-4 years is that I spending less time in doing algorithms. I'm not anymore, I don't know how to say, hands-on as I was in the past, because I realized that I didn't have time for new readings, exploration, research, and etc. So I radically changed my also daily routine, so I can say that in this particular moment I'm probably spending the 60% of my day in doing research. That means different things. It's not only watching YouTube videos or browsing the Instagram. There is also that part, of course, but I'm trying to meet people online or in person. I'm trying to travel. So I over the last months I'm very happy that I had the opportunity to travel again, and I will do also in the next months. Is again meeting people, organizing events, attending events. Everything gets important, and again it's important to change and not to be stick and focus on the same things. For example, in the 2 years 2018 2019, we organized a lot of webinars, online webinars, as I mentioned before. They were crucial for meeting new people, also finding new business opportunities. But after 2-3 years, we really totally, let's say, we turn off that moment, and so we find new ways to explore. And I'm basically fascinated by everything which is about technology, but that has a link with art, evolution, and human beings. That's the thing that I like the most. I'm not just interested in the computer as a tool. I have a particular, let's say, love for art. And when I say art, it's not only sculptures, installation. I'm talking about music. I'm talking about photography. For example, another important thing I started doing, I'm attending different webinars and online, in-person courses about photography. So I'm also trying to learn new types of arts or techniques, and I try to transfer them in my work. So all these things are super important for me, and I try to I like to say I'm in the middle, in a way. I'm in between.
No, totally. I can imagine that by now also you're maybe a lot the face of the company, right? Because I guess that also that's important to have a direct contact with the clients and so on.
Yeah, of course. That's true. That's important. And also companies are changing. Everything is getting more informal, and I'm very happy about that. It's
that's true. Yes.
That is one of the pros that comes also from the pandemic. I remember 5 years ago organizing a meeting with a client was something so institutional and complex and formal, and now everything is faster and easier, and I really like the new way that are embracing a lot of also big companies.
Yeah, but also in the way that business is done together, I feel that it's getting a little more informal as well in other industries too. It's not so much, how do you say, the rules of the game, like how a meeting works and how you organize it and what the agenda looks like and whatever, that's changing as well. It's becoming a little more like, okay, let's just do this somehow.
Definitely.
Well, Arturo, speaking of busy schedule and busy days, I don't want to take away more from your free time on Sunday. And
It was a pleasure, really a pleasure being with you in this important day for you, actually. It's our event for you.
We wanted to celebrate some of the people, because 100 are a lot of people. It would be impossible to do with everyone, but it was a way to celebrate. And of course, we want to thank everyone that couldn't take part because of giving us time, and just these conversations are so important, and you can learn so much out of them. And
Yes.
we finish always on a positive note. If you can share with us maybe something that you've been enjoying reading, listening, or watching lately, or even some events that are upcoming. We were talking about events that are now being in person again. If something comes out to your mind.
Yeah, where someone asked me something like that, my mind really gets a kind of white canvas immediately. I don't know if it's it's always like that. In my mind, I have always a lot of things to say, to do, and then when you ask something like that, everything disappears.
A part of the domestic class, stick around to check.
I have something. Is not a super recent reading, but a book that I really loved. It's a book by Alessandro Baricco. It is called The Game, Il Gioco, and is an amazing way to describe the technological transformation of the last 20-25 years. Alessandro Baricco is a writer of novels, but also an intellectual. Is a great book that I really I absolutely recommend. So The Game, and it talks about different things: the computer, the how smartphones and app and the internet, they are creating a new social postures. They are changing our life. The past of the future of technology. It's really a great book, staying in the field, of technology. And if I have to be poetic, I suggest I can recommend a movie. I recommend to watch a movie which is 8 Enough by Federico Fellini.
Okay.
If you didn't watch it, you have to do. It's a super poetic movie about human being, and there is a structure which is depicted in the movie, which is called the spaceship, that also influenced one of my projects, which is called the Cloud Bridge. It is something that really inspired me when I was younger. But let's say it's a very poetic movie about the condition of creative people.
Oh, that sounds really good.
Highly
That
recommend
fascinates me.
Oh, I haven't watched it, so
We'll have to watch it.
I'll cover back.
It's considered one from different magazines. Is in the top 10, in every top 10 of the best movies and etc. 8 Enough,
okay.
yeah, 8 Enough by Federico Fellini.
8 Enough. Okay, we have to remember that.
I recommend it.
We're going to make a list of all the recommendations from everybody and then send it around, because there were some really good ones today.
Cool.
Then thank you very much, Arturo.
Thanks, guys, for having me.
Thank you so much.
You're always welcome back. Have a good day.
Thanks.
Yes.
Good day.
Have a good Sunday. Bye.
So here we are we're
Here
through.
we are.
We did over 4 hours live stream. Thank you very much for all the people that managed to join us live on a Sunday, and thank you very much to the people that are going to listen to this or watch it. Yeah, I think it's a important milestone, getting into the big numbered podcast over 100. And
thank you to our guests as well for bringing the vibe, the sunglasses.
all of them, not only the
energy,
one that were,
everybody. Yes.
All of them, every single guest that has been in the first 100 episode has been important, especially the first one that gave us trust. And stick around for more. We'll be delivering.
Yes. Thank you, everybody. And have a
Bye-bye.
good Sunday.